Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and we got a great show today. Um, Give me a second. Mm. Should foundational Black Americans support ICE on the immigration crisis? Excuse me. Tongue tied. The reason why that's very important because at the end of the day, I'm going to say this: a lot of people has showed us who they really are. So I think that's what we're gonna really dig in deep with. So it goes in for everything that we have been talking about for probably a whole year. Um, about unity, about helping, about should we let things slide? It's just the whole 9 yards. As a foundational Black American, I think that's very important. I think we should talk about it. You know, give me a second. You know, just personally, just listening to certain people and stuff. And at the end of the day, if you're from a different race and stuff like that, this is a perfect topic for you. And the reason why I say it's a perfect topic is because we want to know, what do you offer. I think that's very important in seeing that if this would really work. You know, personally, me, no, I don't. I think, as I'm gonna tell you now, and at the end of the show, I think they should handle their own business. Insulting Black Americans for the last, what, 30, 40 years and stuff like that. And we had these old Negro niggas, you know, wanna, cape for them, such as Ayanna Presley. You know, I personally don't like Ayanna Presley. Does she do a good job with America and with Boston? No. She does a horrible job. And anybody in Boston with a brain can tell you that, like, yeah, she don't do shit. You know, she does everything for everybody else except supposedly her people. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm talking about all races. All immigrants. And I know some people might want to gaslight me. Oh, your baby mama's Asian. Okay, if she don't got her paperwork in place, what you want me to do? And that's, I'm gonna say this. This is what things come to now. People gotta stop being adults. Everybody gotta stop being adults because the shit's gonna hit the fan. All jokes aside, no matter how you look at it, no matter if you have, a loved one that is an immigrant, they have to be adult and get these paperworks in place. You know, you can't depend on me. As I told y'all many of times, I'm not the fucking a philanthropian. I'm not gonna help the world. I'm helping Black Americans first before I help anybody else. You know, and just knowing that, what people offer, they don't offer nothing. So like I said, it is what it is. So you got to handle your own shit. And excuse me, I'm eating. But yeah, you got to handle your own shit, man. People can't keep on looking for help after you just disrespect people. One thing about I always tell people all the time, and this is where a lot of immigrants messed up at. If you really want unity, what can you offer that they need help on? What can you offer foundational Black Americans? What can you offer Black Americans? Because most Black Americans is gonna be like, fuck it, do it yourself. Even people who don't claim foundational Black Americans, they're gonna say, yo, do it yourself. You know, if you really want to stay in this country, go get the correct paperwork. You know, and I'm the same way too, man. I'm not helping nobody. Because as I said, I'm not fucking Sally Struthers. I'm not helping nobody. Because like I said, when the foot was on the other, when put it this way, when Latinos, Asians, Africans, Caribbeans, they had a chance to help with the reparations, get them votes in and stuff like that. Collectively, a lot of y'all niggas didn't help. A lot of y'all didn't help, and now y'all asking for help because y'all niggas is about to get sent back to your country. I personally will tell you that's not my fucking business, and I don't care. And that's just me. This isn't everybody. Some people are sensitive about that shit. Just like, yo, no, fuck that. I'm gonna fight for these people. It's just not gonna be me. You know, I tell people all the time, it's not gonna be me. You know, it's not that I don't like you. It's just I'm not gonna do it. And and I know it sucks. It sucks for me to say no, it don't, but it does because at the end of the day, put it this way, people had a choice to pick a side with Black Americans. As everybody always said, everybody wants Black Americans rhythms but not their blues. So it's coming to a point now where y'all gotta figure this shit out yourselves. Black Americans tried. We tried for 40 years. you know and especially, and I'm gonna say this, the results, that's what the things that are happening now in America. I think this is a prime example of, if y'all niggas is gonna get sent back, y'all gonna get sent out because of y'all own stupidity. Plain and simple. There's gonna be some grandmas and uncles and aunties that catch strays, yes, absolutely, but that's y'all fault. That's y'all fault. As I've been saying for the last 2 years, y'all gotta police y'all people, but at the end of the day, y'all influence the ignorance. Now Trump just signed a $70 billion law to have ICE actually in these states. Signed a $70 billion to have ICE in the states. That's telling you something. He's not playing with y'all no more. So at the end of the day, should Black Americans help? No, I don't think they should help. But at the end of the day, as I've been saying ever since Donald got into this office, I said, "Yo, Black Americans, step away and watch these motherfuckers crash out." I was like, "These people cannot," and you could go back and watch my videos. These people cannot. I mean, they cannot work with each other. They cannot work with each other, and they have the same ideology. They can't work with each other. So that's telling you something. That's telling you that, like, yo, we always been the reason why they were united. And now these immigrants think like, oh, you know what? Since they're united, I'm gonna go with the winning team. But that's what they were saying. I'm going with the winning team. Wrong. They looked at y'all as the same, and we warned them. We was like, yo, these motherfuckers break treaties. These niggas lie. You cannot trust them. Oh, nigga, you just lazy. All of them. African, Asians, Latinos, who else? Caribbeans, Indians, even the Indians. And they're more racist than the whites. I gotta be personally honest, they're more racist than white people. It is. And like I said, it's not me beating up on people. It's just the results of what they do. These are the results that they showed. I'm gonna say this. There were days where I just sat back and I was like, yo, let me just see how these motherfuckers move. Didn't do no content, didn't do nothing at all. I just said, yo, let me sit back and relax. Let me see how these folks are moving, you know? And I just sat back and watched and I was like, damn, I was like, yo, these motherfuckers really don't like us, you know? And it's for no reason. What's going on, Ray Ray? What's going on, Shabaka? FB agents, these are the traders. This is the made up history. Mm. All right, Shabaka, you know what? I'm actually in a bad mood today, so you know what? I'm gonna throw the link up. If anybody wants to jump on, be my guest. You know, but as I was saying, there's a lot of things that's going on with these immigrants, and you know what? As I said, they're the only people you gotta only blame yourself. When Black Americans was trying to help, there's many times when Black Americans were trying to help. There was many times that Black Americans were trying to help, and you know what they told us? You don't know nothing. You ain't got no power. All right, cool. Now they put ice on you. They didn't even put martial law on y'all. They put ice on y'all. You know? And I'm gonna say this. A lot of these people who haven't done anything is catching strays because of people like y'all. When y'all don't wanna tell the youth that like yo, y'all gotta calm down. Y'all fucking up the community, but y'all wanted to be racist. Okay, cool. Kick Black Americans out the area. Burn, and I'm not talking about just the gang members. I'm talking about the innocent. Snoopy Badass was only telling half the truth. He wasn't telling who these Mexicans were fighting. These Mexicans were beating up civilians. They were beating up civilians. We gotta tell it as it is. Now, as I always told y'all, and this is just me, I think Chinese people are racist. I have dealt with them. I broke bread with them, and a lot of them are not good people. And it's not more of a ethic thing; it's more of a cultural thing. As I told Penguin, I'm like Penguin, I got nothing against you, my friend, but you can't come on my show and lie and say that, oh, yo, we work together. No, we don't work together. You know why? Because when we were working together, everything was straight. But when y'all wanted to be white and go with the white people, have their ideology, change your name to Peter, Paul, and Jack. You did. But at the end of the day, Shabaka, we've been under this system for a very long time. And I'm gonna say this. We have always we always ended up on top of that system. We always beat the system. This is why they make new laws. For you just to say that, you're lying. We can't keep on saying they're exploiting us and then we keep on beating the system. We gotta tell the full truth. And if you jump up on this link, you better not be doing that dumb shit. I'm gonna let you know off the strength. So you're right and you're wrong. And I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. I'm gonna answer that full question that you said. The advancement that we always had, we never had advancement. The advancement always went through us. So whatever they talking about, whatever they doing, that's we don't give a fuck. And the reason why, because we're the bread and butter. We're the ones that get busy out here. We're the ones that everybody trying to catch up to. I'm just being personally honest. We're the ones everybody trying to catch up to. So and I'm gonna say this. If y'all, I'm gonna say this to a lot of immigrants. If y'all have done some shit to Black Americans, be aware because they're gonna start calling ICE on y'all. They don't give a fuck if you with your kids, because y'all history with Black Americans is very nasty. Shabaka could sit here and lie for y'all, but I'm not gonna lie. I can't lie because you know what? I will be doing y'all a disservice. I would never do that. I will always have to tell the truth, no matter if I like it or not. Now, like I tell Black Americans, if you start calling ICE on these people, that's up to you. You know? What are you talking about, Shabaka? We have beat the system. Every system that they created, we beat. We beat. We beat the crack epidemic. We beat redlining. We beat Jim Crow. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Don't start that dumb shit today. Losing jobs. Nigga, let me tell you something. Why is it like every 1 in 30 or 40, no, half of Black Americans are middle class people. The rest, they are probably above the line or rich. That's telling you something, Shabaka. That's telling you something. It says something that you're saying is a lie. We got money out here. Don't sit here and act like, oh yeah, niggas is just broke, piss poor, nigga. No, absolutely not. Niggas is not broke out here. Niggas is out here really actually getting money. That's why, let me tell you something. This is why Black Americans are the most successful out of the diaspora. Can there be more? Yes, absolutely. There can be more. But at the end of the day, you're not gonna sit here and say, like, oh yeah, niggas is losing jobs, niggas is losing homes. Niggas got homes. Niggas have jobs. What are you talking about? Now I'm gonna say this. Compare that to any other black diaspora country. Who is doing better? One thing I learned about when I started making money. I always told people always say, "Yo, you ain't gonna make more money until you're happy of what you have." I still to this day I kind of still don't understand it, but I get it. I get it. So niggas got money out here. Niggas been getting money out here. We gonna call when they come for you. I don't need to call nobody. I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen. Who's a paycheck away from homelessness? You are, nigga, not me. The fuck you talking about? The fuck you talking about, Shabaka? You're looking for a fucking boogeyman. I'm looking for a solution. This is why we have these shows. We don't have this show just so we can bullshit around. No, we have these shows for a reason. We have these shows for a reason. And this is why this show is very, very important. This show is very important because at the end of the day, it shows who's with us and who is against us. Who can tell the truth? You can't tell the truth. That's the Shabaka. That's what my problem always been with you. My problem always been with you is that you can't tell the truth when things is wrong. You know, it's wrong what you're doing. It's wrong when you say that. But at the end of the day, you don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, like I said, your cult, Pan African movement, that cult is anti black. It has always been anti black. That's why it's so comfortable you telling black Americans leave America and forget everything that your ancestors fought for. That's why it's so comfortable that you can do that. That's why it's so comfortable that you can say, like, yo, fuck this country. I don't want to say that because you know what? My family contribute to this fucking country. They contribute to this country. Is it the best? Absolutely not. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna stop trying to make it the best for my people. Like, come on. You're comfortable of running away and say, oh, yeah, I want to be around more black people. Black people that don't like you from a different culture, who has a different ideology. Like, come on. What are we saying? Like, I don't get it. And this is why sometimes I just want you to talk and be honest and tell me about Pan Africanism. You say I don't understand? Tell me about Pan Africanism. I gave you chances. You don't say anything. All you say is, "Oh, you ain't gonna get nothing if you don't have Pan Africanism." We had Pan Africanism for 60, 70 years. It didn't give us shit. What, Kwanzaa? A fucking college study that you can't use in the real world? Like, come on. Like, what are we saying? And at the end of the day, it's your fault. This is your fault why people talk about Pan Africanism as the way that they do. It's your fault. You was the one spreading the knowledge about Pan Africanism. People found out it was a fluke. Niggas started asking questions. Now, when we ask questions, you get mad. That's the real issue. We can't trust you, Shabaka. We can't. You rather trust people that you don't know that has a different lineage, have a different way of thinking. Survival is different than to trust a black American that's a part of your lineage. That's saying something. It's saying a lot. Now when I start, and this is the worst part. When I tell you about all the demeaning shit that your people have been saying, all you say, oh well, look what black Americans saying. Nigga, we don't need your help. You need our help. We were just joking where that's our culture. We don't mean it in no demeaning way. We have never mean it in a demeaning way because you know what? Black Americans has always supported Africa, always supported the Caribbean countries, always supported Latinos and Asian countries. They always did. Then then when it comes to black Americans, y'all have that white supremacist ideology. not white, but white supremacist ideology. Black people are lazy. They don't like to work. They're violent. They're crackheads. They're drug dealers. That's what y'all say. Now we look at y'all cultures. I'm gonna put all of y'all together. Y'all run brothels. Y'all do human trafficking. Y'all scam. You eat certain animals that you're not supposed to be eating in America. You come over here illegally and think that you are above the law. That's saying something. As Black Americans, as I always say it, Black Americans is the most patriotic people in America. Through thick and thin, Black Americans has always been the most patriotic person, even patriotic than the white people. We don't think we're above the law. And framing him, a white man just slapped a disabled 20-year-old and tried to drown him. A white man just burnt some some black antiques because it was Black Americans. We don't follow that ideology. We don't think we're bigger than the system. We push the system because you know what? We want to make it better for everybody. Y'all push the system for selfish reasons. It's the truth. They tell you, yo, you got to be a citizen to come over here. Y'all don't. Y'all take it for advantage. I've been here for 20 years. Why should I be a citizen? What? Okay. So when they send your motherfucking ass back, you can't get mad. It's coming to this point where it's a headache now. And the reason why I'm gonna say it's a headache because at the end of the day, just follow the fucking rules. Especially if you're not even from this country. It helps you and other people out. Let me ask y'all a question. If I was building mansions and I was like the greatest architect ever, and I was just like, yo, fuck that man, and I go off and pop that guy, put that motherfucker in a grave. Should I get out and not go to prison because of all the great things I have done with America? Or should I go to jail because at the end of the day I made a decision to not follow the law? This is what it's coming to now. You're talking about what you own, Shabaka. Again, stay on topic. We don't want to hear no emotions today. What's going on, Dorsey? We don't want to hear no emotions today, Shabaka. If you're gonna get emotional, I'm gonna have to sit you down. We want valid questions. We want valid answers. If I'm gonna put it this way, when I defend immigrants, I defend them for a reason. It's no emotion. But now we're talking about the law. There's nobody above the law. I'm just being personally honest. There's no one above the law. Even me, I'm not above the law. I still have to follow it. If I break it, that's something that I'm gonna have to deal with. I know that. Uh, Patriots to the Republicans, those who are. All right, put it this, Shavaka. If you're gonna get emotional, I'm gonna tell you one more time. One more emotional comment. I got to put you in timeout. I have to put you in timeout. I don't want to, but I have to. Ain't nobody going back into slavery, Shabaka. Especially not your old ass. You can't do nothing. Talking about niggas going back into slavery and Jim Crow. Are you fucking stupid? Like, what is wrong with you? Lock your ass out. What's up, Ray Ray? Honor to be president. Real big. Yeah, I'm gonna say this: if FBA is a paycheck to paycheck, Pan African is one bank regulation. Thank you, Ray Ray. And we got to stop this shit. Like, it's coming to a point where, like, yo, you know what? I'm not helping nobody over sympathy. I'm not. I don't do humanitarian work. That's not my thing. I don't do humanitarian work. I warned y'all. I told y'all, and I'm gonna say this: for the next few weeks, it's gonna start getting crazy. These topics. What does FBA own control in America? I want a valid question. Who does the law work for? Fuck you. Put me in timeout because I am correct. All right, put you in timeout. But yeah, Shabaka got going timeout. Told me to put you in timeout. You know, and this is what I'm gonna say. This is wrong with these old Pan African niggas. These old Pan African niggas always think they're right. How the fuck you think you're right and you put Black Americans in the worst position ever? We have never been in a position like this. Never. Now, when we're trying to fix it, you talk about, well, you can't get it. You ain't gonna get it. Like, nigga, what? This is why, yo, I'm gonna be personally honest. This is why I stopped following Pan Africanism. This is why I'm gonna say this. As much as I don't like Dr. Umar is actually falling in line right now. He is falling in line. He is actually now questioning these immigrants. He is questioning these immigrants. And he's saying, hold up. How many of y'all niggas is with us? It's getting so bad. Come on, let me tell y'all something. If Dr. Umar is saying something, then it really has to be bad. It really has to get bad. It has to be bad. Give me 5 minutes alone with Chewbacca. I know what to do with my. Yeah, give me a second. Uh, yeah, this shit is getting bad, man. And as I said, it's he just signed that bill. Donald Trump signed a $70 billion bill to get y'all motherfuckers out of here. Yeah, and I think it's gonna stick. I don't even think the Democrats can save them. You know, Ray Ray remembers the Haitian and so the Haitian and the toilet plunger. Yeah, but yeah, it's getting bad out here. Oh shit! Give me a second. Somebody just got knocked the fuck out. But yeah, it's getting bad out here, man. And I never seen this in a million years. Dr. Umar saying something. Dr. Umar saying something. And like I think this is what I think with Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is going to get those reparations. He's going to start saying freedmen, not African freedmen. He's going to start falling in line saying freedmen. I'm going to be personally honest. And at the end of the day, the next person I think is going to fall in line is Captain Tazariak. I'm just being personally honest. Think about her. Think about El Kuze. I'm going to need a pool table. Duct tape it. We talk about In Too Deep. Yeah, Luther Campbell, because he understands, like Luther Campbell understands that. Yeah, he can probably make it in Florida, but I don't think he can make a difference without Black Americans. He need that. He Let me tell you something. When you're a public figure, you got to say the right things. You have to say the right thing. If you don't say the right thing, and people go back and they backtrack that shit, you're in trouble. Look at what's his name, Anton Daniels. Niggas backtracked his whole history online. Nigga talk about running in a banana fucking outfit. Talk about telling white people to hug him. See, they're nice. Like, come on. Then you get mad when somebody call you a fucking sellout. Like, what is niggas really doing? This is the questions that we should be asking. What are these niggas really doing out here? Like, these niggas is not living their best lives out here. They really are not living their best lives out here. Real talk. Give me a second, everyone. But yeah, man, it's like I said, if Dr. Umar is saying something, basically everything that Tariq Nasheed has been saying for the last 3 to 4 years. What's going on, Robin? Salute, salute. I'm good. I'm good. Um, Everything that Tariq Nasheed was saying for the last 2 to 3 years was right. Even myself, I was like, yo, when Donald Trump get into office, everybody step back. You want to see the fuckery. I'm not, and I already told people I'm not looking for a good president when it came to Donald Trump. Niggas was talking about this nigga was one of the greatest presidents of all time. I'm like, y'all niggas is smoking crack again. Or y'all niggas is getting high off your own supply. Like, what the fuck? Where do you see a great president, nigga? The fuck? And I'm gonna be personally honest, most of these presidents were fucking train wrecks. I'm just gonna be personally honest. Most of them were train wrecks. It is what it is. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking Obama was a train wreck too. Well, you think I'm gonna let him get through because he's from the black diaspora? No, fuck out of here. He was a fucking train wreck. And the reason why niggas really voted for him was because of his wife. His wife was the real primary key. Every politician is a crook. They had been crooks forever. Yeah. But at the end of the day, at least you can say, like, oh yeah, this is a great thing about this president, and he really did his thing. Donald Trump, his first term didn't do shit for anybody. He made fucking laws that fucking hurt the system. But Donald Trump is going through this shit now because he didn't think that he was gonna have a second term after he failed the first term. So all this shit that's going on, niggas getting triple fucking taxes and stuff. Yeah, because of the tax breaks. Let's personally be honest. And I've been told people, I say, yo, this is the worst shit that they would ever do was the tax breaks. I see the collapse of the. Yeah, I could put it this way. Joy, say I see the collapse, but this country's not gonna fall apart. They will go to war before this country falls apart. It is what it is. You know, they're not gonna let this. That's why. That's why I be listening to niggas. Niggas is like, oh yeah, this country's going down to hell. This country been going down to hell, fucking 80 years ago. But you think why they got because they got out the Great Depression? No, this country was still fucked up. They just made it look like this country made it back. Yeah, but the thing is, Dorsey, is just this country. It's like the country resets. This country is just resetting, and then we have to get used to it. A lot of these people, and I'm gonna say this, a lot of these white communities are not used to this shit because at the end of the day, they haven't really went through no struggle. They haven't went through no red line or somebody telling them they can't do a certain thing. By all means, don't forget, a lot of these white supremacists was eating people until the 1970s. Like, we got to be personally honest. No, we are here to establish a new world order, and it's crazy. You know what, Robin? I agree. I actually agree with what you just said. You know, it's honestly, and like I'm gonna say, Robin, a lot of y'all didn't go through anything. Even your grandparents, they really haven't gone through anything. That's why a lot of people still think that there's a such thing as a American dream. There is no fucking American dream. There's no such thing. This is a this is a corporation. If you're not trying to get on top, if you're not trying to get on top of the system, then what the fuck are you here for? You know? I'm just being personally honest. What you here for? Robin, the rebels are broke and they're losers. And I'm gonna say this is an insult to my intelligence. They didn't win the war, they're losers. And this is what I'm gonna ask all you white supremacists and you white folks. Why do y'all praise white losers? The rebels are losers. General Lee is a loser. He's a loser. What did he win? That's the question I'm gonna ask you. What did they win? They didn't win anything. So this is why I said, Robin, you got to stop praising losers. This is why I'm gonna say this, Robin. This is why your society is fucked up. White society is fucked up because y'all praise losers. Y'all are not cool anymore. There is no cool. Y'all think clavicula is cool, and the niggas artistic. You know, it is what it is. But are there cool artistic people? Yes. What's my man name? The guy who plays Hannibal. He's a cool guy. He's artistic, but a lot of these people, clavicula is not cool. He's out there getting surgeries like he's Kim Kardashian. So this is why, Robin, I'm your boy. I help you out. It's not no emotional thing, but at the end of the day, the rebels are losers. You got to ask the question: what did they win? You want to call in, Dorsey? Okay, call in. Let me open up the floodgates. All right, the floodgates are open. You know, like no, no. Nah, Robin, I'm just, you know me. I'm always gonna be honest about the whole situation. They're losers. They didn't win anything. You know. Now you got to look at a lot of these people who have these Confederate flags or have this Confederate mindset, this white supremacist mindset. It's poor white people who probably live in fucking they live in movable homes and shit. Back in everyone.
Call from.
Dorsey.
What's,
To
what's going on,
accept, press
Dorsey?
1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
What's going on, Dorsey?
Hey, what's going on? Happy Friday to you, Bronze.
Happy Friday, happy Friday.
Shout out to you, Ray Ray.
Oh yeah, oh
Shout out
yeah.
to you, man. Hey, good to see you in the chat, Ray Ray.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had to put up with a lot of bullshit from Chewbacca, you know.
Robin said happy Friday. He said teach us, teach us.
Hey, happy Friday to you, Chewbacca. I mean, ain't no hard feelings about you, you know. Hey,
No, that was Robin.
you know.
That was Robin what I said.
Oh, well, hey, Robin, how you doing, man? Well, you already know, Robin. I got much respect for you, man.
Yeah.
And I respect Chewbacca to a degree.
Shabaka's a sucker. I'm not even gonna lie. Shabaka, you're a sucker. You
Oh,
know,
no, man.
Dorsey can respect you. The nigga reason why you get a pass because you old, nigga. I'm gonna be personally honest. That's why I don't want. That's why
Well,
put it this way. That's why I would never take. This is why I would never take a fucking donation from you, Shabaka, because I know you need it. If you can't buy, I'm gonna say this. If you cannot buy a fucking passport to go to Africa, and you've been talking this Africa shit for a very long time, then I don't want to hear from you.
come on, Bronze, man. Chill him out, man.
No, no stall. I'm not stalling them out today.
You know why I feel sorry for him, man?
Why you feel sorry for him?
Because Chewbacca got kids, man. You ain't know that?
Yeah, I know he got kids.
No, I'm talking about he got infants
I
in his household.
yeah, okay. He's still a
You
sucker.
didn't see all them baby roaches crawling in his
Oh shit.
crustache and beard?
Oh shit. Nigga calling you. See?
Nigga, that nigga a roach trap. What the
Oh fuck.
fuck?
Nigga say you live in a hive, nigga. That's fucked up.
Got all kind of baby roaches and roachelettes in his
Hmm.
motherfucking crustache and shit.
Let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question, Dorsey. Do you think foundational Black Americans should support ICE?
Should support ICE?
Hmm.
Of course we should,
Why?
because we have a imbalance of citizens versus deadbeats.
Mm.
Because see, a citizen, regardless whether a citizen works or not, he is still being taxed.
Mm.
When he goes to the store, he's taxed, right?
Yeah. And
Regardless of.
hold on. Also, too, when I ask you that question, I'm not you're right or wrong. I'm just listening to your point of view. So,
Okay, so when an American citizen into is born on this soil, he automatically is issued what? A social security number, ain't he?
hmm
And through that social security number, he is monitored, and later on, he is taxed
mm.
when he is of the working age.
Facts. That's true.
Okay, and in some states, they have gone so far as making you declare your unemployment or your what's that? Your general relief and other stuff on your tax form.
Mm.
They taxing that now. They taxing the Social Security. They used to didn't tax Social Security.
Yeah, they're about to start taxing that.
Yeah. So when these influx of say 10 million people, let's just keep it at a conservative number.
Hmm
When you bring 10 million people into a society, regardless of whether there's 350 million people in America, it's still 1/35 of aliens in your country is a large number,
Yeah.
considering that your military only has 4 million people in the country.
Mm.
Remember how they was upset that a lot of Chinese and Asians of military ages was coming across that border?
Yeah.
Okay, so then they was like, well, hey man, those are those are terrorist cells that's being put in here,
Yeah, that's true.
and slowly but surely, but look, here in L.A., they are talking about establishing a police force for the electric company
Mm.
with a SWAT team and everything.
Yeah, because they passed that law. They passed that $70 billion law.
Hmm.
Yeah, they did that shit
So
for
here in
immigrants.
California, because we're going to be having this influx of visitors for the World Cup and the whatchamacallit, they're saying, look, we need to go ahead and establish and get ourselves ready for the Olympics.
Yeah, because
And the way this climate is coming
yeah,
in,
a
the way
lot of
things
them
are
ain't,
going down.
a lot of them ain't gonna want to leave. That's why.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
we need to keep track. You heard that sci-fi at SoFi, that's the stadium out here, right?
Yeah.
Man, the little people who work, sell the popcorns and peanuts and all that shit.
Yeah.
We ain't on Facebook, are we?
No, 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 no. We ain't on Facebook.
Okay, so I can
Hold
talk.
on one second. Hold on
Okay,
one second. And also, everybody, I dropped a petition for the reparation task force where I guess we're gonna be identifying as freedmen in Massachusetts. So definitely sign the petition, and it helps out Massachusetts. Thank you. Go on.
okay. So the people who are the workers, let's just say the workers, 95% of them are illegal aliens.
Mm.
And what they tried to do, see, what they're trying to do is because of, nappy headed ass Karen Bass,
Yeah.
okay, they're trying to say we are going to go on strike and we're not going to work during the World Cups
Mm.
unless we can get guarantees of not only a $30 an hour wage,
Mm.
but to be protected from background checks by ICE due to our employment. Now, let me explain something to you. And I don't know what silly motherfucker is in her administration. Bitch, how we gonna run motherfucking security checks and background checks on these people if you blocking the federal government for doing and the FBI from doing the fingerprint and the record check on these people?
That's your people. That's your people.
You see what I'm coming? Huh?
It's your people.
Man, that ain't our people. Shit, man. Niggas ain't fucking with her. Say that shit to Tariq and see what happened to you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah. Hold on
Yeah.
one second. Hold on. Let me say it one more
Yeah.
time. Also, everybody, click that link. That's to sign a petition to make Black Americans. I believe I read it right. Freedmen, because we'll be closer of getting reparation in Massachusetts. So once we get it in Massachusetts, we could get it in California, Florida. It'll start going to different states, New York. So at the end of the day, this is why I was explaining to y'all. I was like, yo, you know what? I think reparations is going to happen in Boston first, in Massachusetts first. Then it's going to start touching California and New York and Texas. Then it's going to hit the South hard. It's going to hit the South hard like a tornado. So, Shabaka, if you're really Black American, you better sign that petition. We don't want to
Man, that liver.
hear shit.
Check this out, Bronze. I mean, let me put forth something. And Ray, I want you to to hop in on it too. Look, these white folks trying to set us up. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
what they're gonna do? They're gonna give us a reparations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? They're gonna go ahead and correct and reinstate us as individual members of the Indian tribe.
Mm-hmm. I believe that. Go on.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
huh?
Keep on talking. I'll be right back.
So when we get back reinstated to our original tribes that scattered all over the nation and so forth. Me being Choctaw, well, people going to expect me to run up there and say I want to be on the reservation and I want part of that casino money and yah 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 yah. See, that's what they're going to do. They are going to go ahead and use once again black people against the red people, and they're going to placate us by giving us the money. But they also going to put the caveat that hey, we making y'all Indians again. Y'all the Aboriginals, so we giving y'all tribal status now.
Yep.
So then they're going to send us into the chaos. Like you said, the Siberians against the original Aboriginal.
But let me tell you what's gonna stop that. History. You can't you can't you you can't hide you can hide history for so long until like you can't hide it no more. You're gonna sooner
But
have to
bron-
tell the truth.
but bronze, some of those natives were slave masters also.
Yeah, I know. What's his name?
So
Don what's the dude's name? The black guy. Uh Don Cheeto? Don Cheeto?
yeah,
His ancestors were enslaved by natives. Yes.
uh-huh.
So
So
that's true.
so they're gonna resent because think about it. If we do decide to go back up there, man, we can build our own societies like
Hmm.
we had 80 years ago. The 600 black towns that we had established.
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from? So
Till they
they
burn that
know,
motherfucker down.
right. So they know that if we go ahead and pool our resources, we could take over any parts of the country we wanted to. 3 or 4 regions. But what they're going to try to do, and that's through the Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, the tethers. They're going to try to funnel us into certain regions to isolate us from the rest of society. Those who volunteer to do that. Now, I'm not saying that the majority. Let's say 15%. That's 2 million blacks who go back to live on the reservation.
Hmm.
Okay, and if you got 2 million blacks, and let's just say they give us a 300,000, you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
A piece, bro. That's over $200 billion going into that economy.
Hmm.
You see where I'm coming from? So they know that they're gonna shift shit around, and they got to get us off the coast. They got to get us off the west coast, and they got to get us off the east coast and the Gulf Coast. You know why?
I don't think it's gonna happen once they give us our reparations. I think it's gonna put it this way. The economy's going up. Oh,
Well,
hold on.
there's gonna be so
Robin,
much.
300,000 is not even enough. It's not even I thought put it this way, Robin. When I first started a reparation, I was thinking of like probably 3 to like 450,000. I heard it's more. They talking about 1.5 million per person. Don't forget, Robin, there's not a lot of black Americans, so it's probably a few trillion. If anything, it'll start off with at least 15 trillion first. Then after that, they'll just pay monthly. Yet, Robin, you gotta understand, black Americans built America. This is a power country. This is a corporation. You know?
They come out cheaper just giving us the 40 acres.
Yeah. But they're not gonna do that. They're gonna
Yeah,
I
because they
think
want the money.
yeah, they're gonna
Because they can tax the money.
hmm
They can tax the money.
but I don't
You see where I'm coming from?
I think it's gonna be tax free though. I think they're just gonna raise taxes after they pay the
Yeah, but see, me and you, we didn't have a chance to get off to that discussion. Remember, we was talking about how Karen Bass allowed these illegals to come in here and raise up taco stands, right?
hmm
Okay, and then I said that money was untaxable, right?
Yep.
Okay, but it's not untraceable. It might
Mm.
not be taxed. So when these wetbacks come out here and they buy these goddamn taco trucks and buy all this equipment, hey, check this out. The government is keeping track of that shit
Yep.
because even if you buy a used car, you still got to get the plates.
Yep.
So they keeping track of all their purchases.
Oh yeah.
And, huh?
I said yeah.
And so when I, like you said, I think they're gonna be next, Dorsey. Yeah, because guess what? He gonna stick the IRS on their ass for
Hmm.
tax evasion.
Yeah.
So you out of here for regardless of whether you broke the law or not, you broke the tax laws.
Oh yeah.
You didn't report your income, so you getting shipped out just on that.
Hmm.
And see, they don't understand. They got drones flying around and they record every section of town, every corner, and they keeping track of every. You don't think they ain't keeping? They don't know what vehicle comes out there. You know, they looking at the license plate.
Robin says slide me 300K. Robin, let me tell you something. That's not enough. I don't think that's enough for no reparations. Before I started and I didn't do my research until I started doing the research and I was like, why are people talking about 1.5 million? I thought the crazy lady at the reparation task force was talking about 800,000 and I thought she was bugging out. Until I seen what once I started doing my research, niggas was talking about 1.5 million. Then after that, every year is like 50,000 for the next, I think, 20, 30 years. That's what Robin. That's what they're talking about because at the end of the day, they built an infrastructure for everybody. I don't even think this shit can be duplicated ever again. Go on, Dorsey.
Okay, so Robin, understand this. We're not even talking about the North. Okay, think about all the textile mills that were established all along the southeastern coast
Mm-hmm.
where they were making textiles, right? Okay, and when they were sending that shit back to England, they were shipping it out to the U.S.
Mm.
Okay, so you're talking about millions and millions of dollars every year from 1789. That's when the United States established its own industrial base.
Mm.
Okay, so from 1789
Mm.
to 1960, we were forced to work for less than equal wages.
Oh yeah.
So when you go see Robin want to play this game, but you know this is a civil matter.
Yeah.
If it's not,
All right.
so
Also,
they get
also,
you for
I wanna say this to Robin too. Robin, also too, you gotta understand too that I mean this. I'm gonna say this to Shabaka. This not. I'm sorry, Robin. Shabaka. I want to say this to you, Shabaka. The underclass would have to be Latinos. They will have to be the underclass. Y'all telling Black Americans they're doing everything. They're doing jobs that nobody else want. So what's the problem with them being an underclass? It's just you're not gonna be able to live with 8 people in one apartment. You know, that's the only thing. They're gonna stop people from doing that type of shit. So what you expect to
so
happen? Go on.
so when you go to a civil matter, you not only get paid for your actual damages, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get for the punitive damage and the lasting damage that happened from you, the psychological damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
With compounded interest, Robin.
Oh
Shit,
yeah.
even if it was 1% every year, that's compounded interest.
Yep.
So you can't really say, it's okay. I'll make the perfect example. When when Iran stormed the U.S. Embassy and they held the hostage the embassy staff hostage.
Mm.
United States, I mean, Iran was trying to push a military package of 700. I think was it 700? No, it was like $20 billion for military equipment, meaning jets, the planes, the parts, and everything. Right.
Yep.
Well, the United States froze them assets, and put them in a bank.
Yep.
1970, let's see, 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010. So we talking about 40 years, right?
Mm.
By the time Obama had cut out that nuclear deal with Iran, that money had went all the way up to almost damn near $70 billion.
Damn.
Compounded interest on 40 years.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? And so when Obama gave them back that money, a bunch of them was mad because they were like, "Oh, you giving them them," but it was some people money in the first place.
Yep. And also, too, I want to say this: Obama deported way more people than Donald Trump. I'll tell you that.
You
Yeah.
see where I'm coming from?
Yep.
So now the reason those losers in the South
Oh,
have this
hold
way,
on, Robin. He's gonna explain to you too of the when I say yeah, they're losers. Go on. So the
Robin, are you
rebels.
from the South? Are
Nah,
you from the
nah,
South,
he's from
Robin?
Ireland. I think his people's from Ireland.
Oh, he's from Ireland.
Yeah, he's a
Okay.
New Yorker.
Oh, he okay. So is he second generation, third generation?
He'll have to tell you that. Yeah, he'll have to tell you that.
Well, okay. He because I need to know how long he been in America as far as generational, so that
So
I can see
I
if he have a family history to remind his ass or something.
I think he's like in our age range. You know.
Robin, when you guys rebelled against the English, did they not enslave y'all asses indentured servants and confiscated all y'all shit
Hmm. Even
and shipped y'all to the four corners of the world?
yeah, even they sent y'all here. They sent y'all to even Jamaica and Haiti. That's why some of them
Right.
Haitians be having those like Irish names.
You were banished from your homeland, right?
Yeah.
You know what they did to them motherfucking rebels in the South? They gave them a slap on the wrist.
Hmm.
That's why they still got that fight in them, because they were supposed to ground their ass to the dust.
Yep.
They were supposed to put their ass in prison, get them with motherfucking murder charges, treason, each and every one. They did them just like they did them January 6th, motherfuckers. Let them fly.
Yep. And gave them reparations too.
And gave them reparations for the loss of their chattel.
Hmm.
They were compensated for something that they see. Any other time you do a crime, they garnish everything, don't they?
Hmm.
They didn't do that to them. You know why?
Why?
Because of the white supremacists in the North.
Mm.
It wasn't just the whites in the South that betrayed the blacks
Hold on one
during
second. Robin says
Reconstruction.
something. Robin says my family has been here since was it Revolutionary Wars.
Okay, so let me ask you, Robin, did you have any of your family members that came in during the 1860 period when they was trying to draft y'all to fight in the Civil War and make you fight a battle that even belonged to y'all, and y'all rebelled it and shit, and y'all started lynching black folks and shooting federal prisoners and stuff. Have you ever seen Gangs of New York? Okay, Robin, you saw Gang of New York, nigga. You know what time it is. Yeah, they was just. I mean, I ain't mad at the Irish, cause if I come to a new land and then they want to do you like the Ukrainians tried to do them Africans, the students and foreign exchange, yeah, making them go to war. And you said we did not leave Ireland to fall. We did not escape from the English just to motherfucking come to America and be controlled by the motherfucking rich all over again.
Hmm. And they were calling white people the natives.
Right. Okay. So because the United States government, because they killed Abraham Lincoln,
Hmm.
okay, Johnson weak ass, he was corrupt,
Yep.
but a lot of the politicians was like, nah, we gotta, we gotta punish these fools.
Yeah, we gotta fix
So
it.
in order to punish them, psychological warfare,
Hmm.
they elected blacks to Congress and made them governors of the state
All
under
that.
that 10-year period of Reconstruction.
But the thing about the only thing they had to do is just give them their own land and tell them to stay the fuck out of here. You know.
But they did give them the land.
Yeah, but then
Johnson went back. Johnson went back and reversed what the generals did. The generals gave them all land.
mm,
I mean, I'm talking about if you look it up, each individual state. Let's see, Mississippi for instance, Mississippi they gave over 800,000 acres
but
of
then
land to.
but they took that shit back though.
Yeah, they took it back, but the whole thing is you gave it.
They they didn't really give if they took it. You know, it's like this.
No, the
That's like
military look.
that's like me giving you some weed and I'm taking it back. Did I give you weed? No, I didn't give you weed. You just basically you pump fake me basically.
No, because you got to understand when they made that exchange of land, they made land deeds. They gave people paperwork saying this land belonged to them.
Mm.
That's why the KKK had to turn to violence means because they knew they could not go through the courts to reverse that decision. It had to be a presidential decision. It was beyond. It was out of Congress' hands. Think about it.
Yeah.
Because long as federal troops was down in the South, shit, couldn't nobody say shit because this was a military. It's just like it was with the Marshall Plan in with Germany in World War II.
Mm.
You in deadlock with your enemies, and we liberating the people who are being oppressed by you.
Shabaka said Irish has been colonized just like the African.
Robin, you heard what Jabaka said?
The FBAs are divided themselves and will never achieve. He spelled achieve wrong.
So,
Achieve.
Robin, you're FBA, huh?
Should,
That's what Jabaka's saying.
Shabak, no, Robin is an African. He's Congolese, like he told everybody. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's
Okay,
Congolese. He said
so,
Robin said he has Congolese blood.
okay. So, understand this. So, when the Civil War ended, the United States government did not crush their ass.
Mm.
They just took their guns and sent them home.
Mm.
Now, a large degree of them, the motherfuckers that white folks love, Jesse James,
Hmm. And his own people
who were
killed him.
who were war criminals, escaped out into the Western territories
Yeah.
and became bank robbers and train robbers.
Let me
But
ask you
these
a
people
question.
were,
Let me ask
but
you.
these people were treasonous soldiers in the Confederate Army
Yeah, I was just
who
about to
did
ask you
not
that.
listen to their generals. Hmm?
I was just about to ask you that.
They defied the orders of the generals who surrendered. So that made them renegades, traitors within traitors.
Yep.
And at one point, they was, I think you showed some where they a shipload of them went down to what was it, Brazil. Another
What,
bunch went
Africa?
down to Mexico.
So
Yeah.
the slave trade it went down to the Caribbean. First, I think the most that ever happened, the most slaves went to Brazil, 10 million. 10 million went to
No,
Brazil.
I'm talking about the Southern rebels.
Um,
Remember that little enclave of rebels that went down to Brazil? Look it up.
Okay.
You'll see it.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up after the show. Yeah.
A large contingency of of Confederates, ex-Confederates, call them expats. That's what they call them, right?
Okay. Okay.
They moved down to South America and Cuba.
Oh
They wanted
no.
to take over Cuba. Okay,
Oh.
do you remember that?
Okay. I know what you talk about. You talk about Argentina. So
Uh
what?
huh.
So what
And
they?
Brazil. They did
Yeah.
Brazil too, though.
But Argentina did Africans dirty. So this is what they did. They were having a war, and what they did to Africans, because they're not built like Black Americans. They put the Africans out first, and it made them get genocide, even though they knew they were going to lose the war. Basically they were like target practice. Then what they did
So
with
they did like King David did.
yep,
Send old boy off to get killed.
yep, that's what they did to him. Yeah.
Okay, so understand this. Look, those people were then allowed to keep the same goddamn battle flags that they did against the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
The bars and the stars. Florida, Mississippi, Alabama. I think Alabama and Florida had the coolest two flags.
Yep.
Okay, Tennessee, all the rest of them, Texas, all of them kept their rebellious flag.
Yep. The little rebel X looking thing. Yeah.
Right, right. The bars and stars. That's what they call
The bars and stuff.
them. Right. Two bars and a bunch of stars.
Yep.
Okay. So when they let them people establish, yeah. Remember that saying, the South shall rise again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When the Civil War was conducted, the capital city of the Confederacy was Jackson, Mississippi,
Mm.
because it was in the middle. So then they thought that nobody was going to be able to come up and down the Mississippi River. So they thought that, we over on this side, we can't be touched.
Hold on one second. Shabaka in Argentina, no, they weren't fighting for freedom. They died. They died as slaves, and they got genocide. They were like the Taínos. They got genocide. That's why there's only 4% of like Afro Latinos in Argentina. You know? I'm not making this up. I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but that's what happened in that country, you know? Uh,
Exactly. But see, you can't tell Chewbacca no shit like that, because he's not interested in finding out the truth and the facts. He want to keep up calling us slave minded and all that old bullshit. Okay, that's fine. And like I said a couple of days ago, who gives a fuck what a loser talking about?
yeah.
See, in fact, motherfucking Chewbacca has a Confederate mindset.
Mhm.
He don't wanna change his way, his evil way.
Mm-mm.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
He like being an outcast, because it makes him feel like he's something special.
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, it's the thing about it's like I said, I think like I said, he did the youth Shabaka, he fucked the youth up. What these youth are doing now, it's because of Pan Africanism, man. And I think, like I said, I always try to, me, I always stay neutral. Even though y'all be like, oh, yo, man, you be kind of biased. I'm not biased. It's just, I got to tell the truth. The truth is that, like, yo, Pan African always has hurt us. It's just sometimes we didn't even know that we were getting hurt until, years later. It took us what? It
Okay.
took us 2016 to figure out that we were, be being hurt by somebody we think that was caring for us. Then after that, we found out about how Africans really felt about us and stuff. This is what happened.
You know what I call tethers who try to interfere with black culture?
What?
Style molesters.
He's the style.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
They be doing creepy shit
Yeah, they're
with our
predators.
culture,
Yeah, they're
huh?
predators.
Right. Style molesters.
Yeah,
You know what they do it? And I'm gonna give you a point. They tried to molest jambalaya
yeah,
and and replace it with what's that shit? Jerk off rice.
yeah.
In fact, that's how I first got involved with you, right?
Yep.
Talking about jerk off rice and shit, right?
Hmm.
Because as a Southerner, I was outraged.
Yeah, it's an
You see
insult.
where I'm coming from? Right. So, like I said, they allowed the, and then right after Reconstruction was over, when they withdrew them federal troops, what happened? They started attacking the black people. They
Yep.
started coming with the slave codes. Not, but what is it again? What do they call that shit? Everybody keeps saying Jim Crow, the
Mhm.
Jim Crow laws.
Hey, La
Okay.
Brown, salute, salute.
Hey, la la. So decade by decade, they took back which what didn't belong to them.
Yep.
Okay, so they stole that land twice.
Mm.
Okay, the first time when they conquered us, the second time after the Civil War when we were freed, and they terrorized us. They conquered the first time, they terrorized the second time
Facts.
because we didn't even fight back.
Mm, mm.
You understand where I'm coming from? So what happened is once the feds started leaving, they started erecting them damn monuments and statues, didn't it? Under
Mhm.
the guise that they were preserving history. But what they was doing was they were glorifying white supremacy.
Yep. And
That's why they were so hard. That's why they wanted so hard to keep them statues.
I'm gonna say this too, man. I don't think we should be having pictures of like losers and treasonous and all this other stuff. If it's anything like that, we should have a statue of Jeffrey Dahmer. You know, he's probably one of the most prolific serial murderers in American history. You know,
Oh no. Oh no. What was that motherfucker who ran the Civil War the prison camps?
I don't know.
I remember that. What was that shit? The Hateful Eight. Remember that
Oh
shit that
yeah, 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 yeah,
made old boy suck his dingus and all that shit.
yeah,
Remember?
yeah, man. Was it Samuel L?
Yeah. You see where I'm coming from? See,
Yeah.
they release this shit to us, but we be so caught up on some other bullshit, we don't hear what them telling us what motherfuckers did to us.
Hmm. 2 more minutes, Dorsey.
You
Two more
know?
minutes.
Okay, so like Django, we so happy Django got a horse and an outfit and shit.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't concentrating on what the fuck they did to us.
Mm-hmm.
One little victory, and we thought we won the fucking war.
Oh yeah.
You
And,
know,
and
just
I,
like
I
what
think
happened with
that
Obama.
I think that Django was about Nat Turner. I think it was supposed to be about Nat Turner.
Yeah, in a Hollywood kind of way, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like I'm saying to you, look, the Southern crackers
Mm-hmm.
preserve their culture, and they call it Southern hospitality, which really was uh, Southern hostility.
Mm.
Because when the Northerners came down, they were called what? Scallywags and carpetbaggers,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know what they called us, right?
Yep.
And they did their terrorism with the help of their law enforcement,
Yep.
the sheriffs, the police,
Yeah. That's
just
why
like they did in the.
that's why there's no such thing as black on black crime. You don't got that type of black people don't support shit like that, you know? And I think
No, ain't no black on black crime.
yeah, there's no such thing as no black on black crime, you know.
It just so happened they
It's
want
just
to label you by your skin tone.
yeah.
You
It's
see what I'm saying?
I just call it nigga shit. You know, motherfucker just, came up today, just wanted to do some nigga shit And everybody has those type of nigga days and stuff like that. You know, I don't like to say nigga that much anymore, but I don't know why. It's just when you get older, it's just like, yeah, you try to.
Oh man, when I came from Florida, man, I used to be an anti nigga. Okay, man. By the time I left Florida, man, that shit, that I was immune to that shit because it's really a poison, right?
Yeah.
When you hear this shit, it's like a poison, and it gets in your system and it fucks you up, right?
Yep.
You can't. You be so mad, confused, frustrated, and shit that it fucks up with your blood system. You know you so focused on wanting to beat this motherfucker up, you can't think straight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know what stress is?
Hmm. But go on.
What is it?
But
Your definition of stress.
no, go on, go on, go on. This is your time. You got 2 minutes.
Okay. You know what stress is?
Oh.
The inner conflict you feel on yourself when you trying hard not to strangle the shit out of a motherfucker, right?
Mm.
That's stress.
Mm.
So we've been stressed out since day one. We've been under this stress shit since day one.
Mm.
As soon as they touched down on when we heard about the kidnapping of Pocahontas by the child predators. Now I'm also finna point out something that, hey man, it is in. Yes, we did believe in marriage, and we probably did, having a couple of wives and all that, but we never condone rape and being a pedophile.
Say sexual. So I don't know how.
Oh, I said sexual assault. SA then. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't know how. What's his name? I don't know how. What is it? YouTube takes it. So like
Okay,
we
with the
could.
algorithm.
Yeah,
Okay.
we could say all that crazy shit on what's that shit called on Rumble. Yeah, you could say all that crazy shit on Rumble, but I don't think we could say it on this.
But see, that's another form of white supremacy.
Yeah, I know. But
They can call us gorillas. Look, they can call us gorillas, chimps, niggas. You see where I'm coming
yeah.
from?
But I'm gonna say
But
this. I'm gonna
we can't say the F word. We can't say the B word without somebody complaining,
But
right?
yeah, I'm gonna say this. But at the end of the day, by being a businessman, I have to pimp the system. No, I gotta play. I
Right.
gotta
You
play
got
the
to,
game as the
right,
game is played. It's like
right,
it's like me playing
exactly.
in the NBA and I follow somebody hard. I can't be like, oh, well, you know what? Fuck that. That's not how you really play the game. No, because then I'm gonna lose money. Why would I want to lose?
Exactly. I ain't saying, hey, check this out. I ain't saying you selling out.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm just saying, like, for anybody, you know, that don't listen to people when they do that because they're just trying to trick you out your spot.
Right.
Go on.
So, like I said, one of the reasons why I stopped doing my YouTube live, remember I told you about the Chinese girl, right?
Hmm.
Okay. So because I knew that was, I'm like, okay, well, when I get done with this probation and shit,
Hmm.
then I'll go back to doing my live.
You still on probation?
Mm, hell yeah, man, that shit was easy as fuck.
Yeah. How long you on probation for?
2 years?
Damn. You might as well just start a whole new one.
Hey man, them niggas want to give me 2 years in prison, nigga.
Jesus Christ. What did you? Nah. Let me just email me what you said.
Yeah, you seen the video, nigga. I did $400 worth of, as far as they concerned, economic damage.
Mm.
That little hardware shit. You remember when I threw that shit against the screen?
Yeah.
The last.
Oh, that's what
That's
you. That's what you.
yeah.
Oh, so why they suspend you?
The credit card reader.
Yo, so they suspended you for that?
Yeah, because understand this. I got them
Damn.
for the money. I got them for the money.
Mm.
Fuck knocking out the window.
30
Hit
more
that credit
seconds.
card.
30 more seconds. 30
Hit
more
that
seconds.
credit card. Okay, hit that credit card machine. Destroy that. They can't run no credit cards, no debit cards. no nothing, and they
Mm,
don't keep us fair.
that's odd. Why they don't really keep us fair?
Hell no, who expect a black man with a broom to come in there and tear up their shit?
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, you're gonna have customers come in and complain about burgers, fries, everything.
So did you tape
And
that, or did somebody already?
one of the employees took that shit. I told you.
Oh shit! I thought. What is it? I thought you did that.
No. Okay, I was in my group because they got me in an anger management group, right?
Yeah.
Go figure. Anyway, I was already a year into the program when one of the youngsters came up because I'd be in the class talking shit. I talk big shit, right? One of the youngsters came up to me and said, "Oh, gee," he said, "Are you the one who tore up that McDonald's?" I said, "How you know about that?" He said, "Man, you all over the internet. You on YouTube." I said, "For real?"
Oh
Man, that
no.
motherfucker. So he showed it to me, and man, I bust out laughing. Man, that shit was funny as fuck to me.
He said, "Yeah, that's how I got. That's how I." He's like, "That's why I'm here with you, because of that.
Huh?
Like, that's why I'm in here with you."
Yeah, because understand this. Look, man, they gave me a slap on the wrist.
Mm,
All I had to do was sit up in the class, listen to alcoholics and shit. Then, I used to have to go to the other class,
mm.
and then they made sure I went and signed up with a psych doctor and shit.
Damn.
And he's supposed to give me pills and all that shit. I wasn't taking that shit.
Yeah, that's just
That
crazy.
motherfucker wanted to give me free pills like a motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie.
All right, 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds.
Okay, so understand this. The reason why those people in the South can't get over it that we come up is because they knew they lost that war and they had to do dirty tactics in order to get us back again.
Um,
And then along
no, say
along with the help of the Democrats, huh?
that's not the question. That wasn't that. That's not the topic.
Oh, okay. So along,
Did we tell you what the topic is again?
why the South can't motherfucking
No,
get
no,
over it?
no. That was Robert's question.
Oh, what's your question?
The question is: should foundational Black Americans support ICE or the immigrants?
I said, yeah, ICE. Shit, we
What?
got to we got to sort them
Explain. Explain.
because
You got 10
because
seconds.
they're disrupting our economic progress.
Okay. I think that's a good.
Because understand that white people say that, oh well, they undercut us with the prices and shit. No, you motherfuckers is greedy
Mm,
and you don't like competition
mm,
because as soon as y'all get them out, guess who's gonna take their place?
what?
Our children.
Okay. Okay.
See, every time we look, they do this shit like, oh well, my kid gonna hang out on the corner and open up a lemonade stand, right?
Hmm.
And don't nobody have shit to say about it, right? But as soon as one of our kids open up,
Lala say I fully support ICE and call them often.
I fully, yeah. And if I was younger, I would get a job with ICE, and I would just tell them, just give me a big van, sir. I'll work alone.
they
Man,
probably
I'll be
they
having
probably
about
will give you a job.
man, I'll be tasing the shit out some motherfuckers. Man, they wake up in jail. I ain't gonna lie. They better glad they, man. I'd be like a headhunter on their ass, right? But anyway, going back to the subject, look, we got to get rid of these people, and not only Hispanics, the Ukrainians, the Russians, the Armenians, the Italians, the Bulgarians, the Chinese, the Taiwanese, the Vietnamese, everybody who came here on a visitor's visa and overstayed their visa, round their ass up and put their ass out the country.
Mm.
I don't give a fuck where you. I don't give a fuck where you dump them at, because you shouldn't have brought your ass over here
All right.
illegally.
Thank you,
You know,
Dorsey.
okay, I'm finna land the plane. So what I believe is that the United States is for Americans and Americans only.
Mm.
Now, if you can't get with our program, because this is what I see when we do, You motherfuckers don't even want to go to class
Mm,
to be a citizen. You don't go to class to learn English.
mm,
You let your old rotten ass grandma come in here and take up motherfucking space for over 30 years,
mm,
and y'all have the nerve to take her up to the emergency rooms and get the little, and waste motherfuckers' time because she's to the point it got so bad that they started having to hire people who spoke Spanish.
mm. Translators.
Yeah. So that right there altered. And then it got to the point where a regular person who's an American, they had the nerve to say, well, you need to be bilingual in order to hold this position
Mm,
at the hospitals, at the government offices, at DMV.
mm,
You see where I'm coming from?
mm-hmm.
Rather than making them learn English, you bent over and allowed them to dominate your society.
Mm,
And when we did try to push that shit, the liberals was like, nah, you can't make America, you can't make English the standard. Remember back when Reagan was around and they wanted to make America the standard,
mm-hmm.
the you know what I'm saying? The standard English,
Yeah.
the standard language.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened? They didn't do it. Why? Because the Democrats was too busy trying to get them in over here.
Yep.
Okay? So when we had the opportunities to nip this shit in the bud in the 90s, Bill Clinton allowed them to come over. And then who was the person that came after Bill Clinton?
George Bush.
Who allowed them to come over doing what? Katrina,
Mm.
which was his fault to begin with.
And
Remember,
that's a
they were coming
republic,
in
and
as,
that's a Republican, everyone. So don't think like, oh, yo, we're picking sides and yada yada yada. No, it's just y'all gotta understand. This is what happens. You know, this is what y'all people
yeah,
do. Yeah, and this is why I say all the time, just give it, let these people give them some space so they can fuck if something up. Sooner or later, y'all fuck shit up, and at the end of the day, this is why I say, yo, the white community has never ever in a million years worked proper together. They have never ever
Bronze, I'm
go.
gonna tell you this shit right now, and I'm sure you have experienced that shit up in Boston, and I'm sure people in New York have. When we had our little neighborhoods and so forth,
Mhm.
we had trash, but we didn't have garbage hanging out in towers
Nope.
because we knew how to just haul the shit down the street.
Mhm. Or we
Okay,
or we would wait until like the next trash day because we don't be filling up trash like that. That's only for hoarders and stuff. Or if you live in like
right.
it's I don't know what's up with people. People are nuts.
Okay, who used to leave the shitty ass pamper baby diapers in a bag and leave it in the hallway?
Tell us.
Thank you. That shit did. When I was out here and I'm living out here in California, that shit did not go down till around like 1988.
Mm.
And then I'm like, who is this motherfucker? Who are these motherfuckers who leaving these goddamn baby diapers when the trash can is, as soon as you go out the back door in the parking lot, it's right there next to the damn door.
Mhm.
And you leaving this shit all, and that's, they are the ones who motherfucking are lazy. And
Yeah.
if you want to say that shit, oh, y'all lazy. No, nigga, y'all the niggas who has siestas incorporated into your motherfucking social day.
Mm.
Where you niggas sit up and eat, and then it get hot, you get sleepy, so you shut down the town for 3 hours.
Oh, Dorsey, I gotta go.
You
I
ain't,
gotta go.
all right, running through the airport, landing the plane. Hold up, we having a technical difficulty.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm back in the airport. Yeah, yes, sir, that's my weed. Can I have that back? Oh, okay, thank you. I'm running down the airport, jumping in the taxi, and smoking one. See y'all, lady. Have a great weekend. Happy Juneteenth. You too, Robin. You are welcome to the picnic. Just don't bring no potato salad, okay? We got everything we need. You bring the sodas and the napkins, Robin. We'll thank you for that, okay? But we don't want no food. Well, Robin, what Irish potato salad tastes like? Since y'all so good with potatoes,
Nah,
maybe y'all
I
could.
think only
Huh?
thing only thing good I ever taste from an Irish person was corned beef hash.
Oh, okay. Well,
Imperial,
hey, Robin.
if anything, ex Imperial. Imperial, he say, oh yo, they make there's some white people that make good food. I haven't met nobody yet, so that that may only thing good, and I think Tariq Nasheed is right about white people. Only thing good I ever taste from a white person is Rice Krispie treats. You know, so
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. They can fuck up some desserts now.
nah, Rice Krispie treats. That's it. So,
I don't know, cause like I said, man, this is America, and I believe nothing but Americans should be in America, regardless of whatever skin tone you is. You're an American, and if you don't put America first, then you don't need to be here.
yeah.
Cause you seen on my car, I got the American flag flying all on my car.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Because they ride around with they shit on their car, don't they?
yeah, you got your little rebel flag.
Yeah. Rebel flags, Dominican Republic flags, Jamaican flags,
Yeah.
Armenian flags, Jewish flags. But the only thing we used to fly was that red, black, and green, and now we can't even fuck with that because we no longer pass. So guess what? The only flag that we can fly is the American flag.
Mhm.
Whether we don't like, whether all we can do is correct this shit and make and right the wrongs that's been due to us and be compensated.
Yeah.
We don't give a fuck about no other cultures because the other cultures don't give a fuck about us. And we realize that hey, they copy us. We don't copy them.
Hmm.
And when we get this money, what you think they gonna do? Huh?
Know what I'm about to do when I go? Let me tell you what I'm gonna do when I get my money. I'm going to Africa because I know Shabaka ain't going to Africa, so I'm gonna go for you, Shabaka.
Oh, you gonna rub that in Shabaka? I wouldn't go to no damn Africa the fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit. What I'll do when I get my money, I will motherfucking sponsor Chewbacca ass to go back to
Shabaka
Africa.
ain't don't want to go back to no fucking Africa. I told you. I told him I'll
I
set.
know he lying.
Yeah, I told him I'll set up a GoFundMe for him and everything. He said no.
Yeah, I seen that shit. He did a whole manifesto talking about he's waiting his time to get there and all that. Like Chewbacca,
He said
you too interested.
I'm waiting for my check to come in.
Oh, what check he waiting for that reparation check.
Yeah, that's what he waiting for.
Oh, see, that's why you know he a two-faced motherfucker, because he don't want to leave because he want that check. So
Yeah.
then when he go to Africa, he going to be like, I'm a baller and shit, right? I come with this American Yankee money to distribute with y'all because they don't want to. Yeah, nigga, we know what you want to get them hoes. You want to pay them hoes that
Shabaka is
money.
gonna trick off with his money.
He going to trick it off. We
Yeah.
already know. The nigga gonna give him about what? Three of them little Rainbow Ranger hats he wear. You know, the one with the dolly.
The Bob
The
Marley
nigga
hat.
who yeah.
The one that said I live right near the beach.
The Dolly Madison motherfucking hat.
Yeah, man. Shabaka is fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. But like I said, Chewbacca, man, look, man. I give you credit because maybe back in the day in the 70s you was trying your best to help, but after a while it's a lost cause. You know why it's a lost cause,
Why?
Chewbacca? Cause you lost, nigga. That's why.
Yeah. You didn't do shit. You didn't do shit for black people. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
tell you not to
I
speak.
land my plane. Chewbacca, are you going? Oh yeah, one more question and then I'm out.
Yeah.
Chewbacca, are you going to celebrate Juneteenth?
Of course he is. He's saying it's African American, being disrespectful.
Hmm.
Of course he is. That nigga disrespectful. Talk about it's African American.
Oh, see, and you wonder why we be wanting to jump his ass when we see him, right? You see what I'm saying? He don't
Yeah.
want to go along with the motherfucker. He want to come up here with that crazy shit.
Yep.
He'll celebrate all the other white man motherfucking celebrations, right?
Yep. Like
But when it
Christmas,
comes to, huh?
like Christmas and everything. I don't even celebrate
Right.
Christmas.
Exactly. I don't celebrate that shit. My son is born 2 weeks after, well, no, 3 weeks after Christmas,
Mm.
right? And so that's his birthday.
Mm.
Man, on December the 10th, I give him all brand new toys
Mm.
or whatever it is. He'd be like, "Damn, why you give it to me?" I say, "Cause I don't want you thinking that you're missing out on something."
Yeah. That's why I do
Cause
with my
when,
kids too, because I don't celebrate it, but I don't want to fuck their life up because
yeah, but see,
all their friends support
my
it.
son went to school with funky fresh gear on in December,
Oh,
brand new shit. You know, while everybody else still in their school clothes.
yep.
You know, the shit they got during school during the summer.
Oh,
My son come up there with that lace shit. Cause I used to have a wholesale license, so I used to get the best shit down there in L.A. Man, he used to be. I'm gonna keep it 100. My son used to be fly,
mm.
just like I know your kids is dressed well.
My kids go. My kids have what you call those things? They got a dress in uniform.
But what about coats, jackets?
Oh yeah, that's always on point. You know.
Yeah. So like I said, I have no animosity toward um Chewbacca. I have no respect for Chewbacca either, though, because my whole thing is, if you so much of a Pan African, why the fuck ain't you in Africa?
He ain't going to Africa. That nigga think
That's like a nigga saying he a pimp and ain't got no hoes.
you think Shabaka's going to Africa. That nigga's not going to Africa.
Yeah.
But
So,
you got to land,
like
Dorsey.
I
You got to
said,
land.
I'm gone. I know I'm gone, man. I had landed a while ago, but then I got started back up and so forth. But like I said, man, going on with the program. Ray call in, and everybody. Robin call in. Chewbacca. Well, we know you gonna call in and
Yeah,
shit.
I sent the link,
So
Shabaka. You been bitching, talk. Oh, send them, drop the link, drop the link.
yeah, because he'll come out better just going standing on the street corner and shit selling motherfucking newspapers
Yeah,
and hustling some money to help his people. Ain't
yeah,
they say 37? Don't they say 37 cents a day feeds a village?
yeah.
Chewbacca, you ain't sending that money to help feed motherfuckers in Africa?
Oh,
No, because
Shabaka
you're a
cheap as
hypocrite,
fuck.
nigga. You ain't sent. I'm gone. I'm gone. But he a hypocrite. He ain't sent no money to Africa. He can't even send $10 to you. So what the fuck you think he gonna send?
I wouldn't take his money. It's just because Shabaka's broke. He don't got no money to be giving like that out.
Man, he got money, man. He got that white nurse.
Niggas always disrespecting Shabaka.
He got that white nurse giving them happy endings, nigga. That nigga, he ain't fooling nobody with the rubbing alcohol and shit. I'm gone.
All
Bye.
right, all right, Shabaka, call in now. I'm gonna give you 15, 20 minutes. Then I'm gonna start the show. Or if anybody else want to go before Shabaka, hurry up, Shabaka, because I ain't got time today. You know, Josie's past the closing. We can- Facts, Lala. Uh,
Call from
Hey, man, it's Dorsey. I got one more thing to say.
what's up, Dorsey?
Hey, man, I forgot to say something, man. And Chewbacca, I want you to hear this, right? Death to Pan Africanism. Death to Pan Africanism.
Yeah.
Death
Oh,
to Pan Africanism.
Dorsey, Shabaka hit up.
Uh, but
All right. What's going on, Shabaka?
the
Shabaka.
FBA, the FBA or
The what? What? Yo, fix your Obama
them to
phone.
be.
Hold on.
Now
Say it
I
over
don't have
again.
an Obama phone. I don't have an Obama phone. I have a Samsung phone.
Nigga, that's an Obama phone. Don't start that shit. Don't start that lying. Don't start that lying, Shabaka. It's an Obama phone. You ain't got no money for no phone, man. Shabaka. Shabaka. Told y'all this is the Obama phone, everybody.
All right, you can call it what you want to call it. We can
I'm gonna
communicate
call
with
it.
this.
I
FBA
call it Obama phone.
are traitors and puppets. They are part of the CIA. They are a compromised organization.
And how is that?
You're pushing white
How are they?
supremacy. You're pushing
How are they pushing white
the same thing
supremacy?
that Donald Trump is pushing. You ain't never heard of immigrants until Donald Trump said he's going to push immigrants to the United States. You're not helping. You're helping Donald Trump get rid of his competition, of the Republicans' competition.
And how's that possible? How are
Because
they doing it?
listen, the white man do not want the United States to become majority uh, Latino.
So let me ask you a
And
question,
so then to
Shabaka.
stop the unification,
Let me ask you a question.
the unification of
Let me ask
black
you a
people
question,
and the immigrants
Shabaka.
of Latin.
Shabaka. Has Black Americans tried to do a coalition with Latinos?
We had a beautiful coalition in the 60s and the 70s. The FBI and
Where?
the CIA broke that apart here in the United
No.
States.
No.
And that's how you are there. That's how you got those brothers in New York and other places that were
No.
organizing with the oppressed, exploited people
Mm-mm.
of,
Mm-mm.
the United States.
The Latinos exploited Black Americans. They exploited the struggle. That's what they did,
How did they
Shabaka.
do that?
Again, you got to.
How did they do that? How did
Every
they do
time a
that?
Latino, every time a Latino got in trouble, or every time there was a crisis with the Latino community, the Black Americans was always there. They have always been there. When it came to Black situations, it was always something different. It was always we're lazy. It's always, oh yeah, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Stop being a fucking victim. That's what they always said, Shabaka. Stop lying. Now again, I'm gonna ask you the question: should we help them, or should we support ICE, or should we support the
Name,
immigrants?
name me, name me one
Shabaka, no,
incident when. Listen, you listen this time.
Shabaka.
You said what you had to say. Name me one incident
No, I asked you a question. I
when
asked you a question.
immigrants or the Latino community.
Shabaka. Again, I asked you a question because I answered your question. The question I asked you, should we
You did
support
not
them?
answer my question.
Should, I did. When you was talking and talking, I answered the question. I said, Shabaka, that's a lie. I told you it was a lie. I told you there was no correlation. You lied about that, and I said Felix what's it? Tijuana, the guy who was president of Lilac. He was the president of Lilac. He said the Negro problem is not our problem. We're trying to be white. That's what they said, Shabaka. This is their congressional caucus. So what are you talking about?
The
You gotta
community
wait,
has
everybody.
always struggled with the black community. The white community, some of the white community have always struggled with the community. You are telling a complete lie when you said that nobody helped us. When you look at the pictures of the civil rights movement, it wasn't a picture of just
Collect
black people. It was a picture of people from all different races and nationalities.
Collectively, they didn't. Collectively, they didn't help us, Shabaka. They have never helped us collectively.
What power
Were there some there?
and what
Hold
power
up,
did
hold
they
up, hold
have?
up,
They
hold
only
up.
had
We
the
don't,
power.
Shabaka.
They only had the
Shabaka.
power of
Stop moving the
unity.
goalposts. Stop. No, stop you moving the
Goalposts.
goalposts.
And I'm
Cause you know
saying
why?
that
Because
the
you always said
Latino
to black.
community
You
has
always no
struggled
no no
with
no no
us,
no no no.
not against us.
Show Shabaka. You have for a few shows you have been telling you've been telling black Americans we have no power. We have never had no power. So now I'm saying they don't have no power. Why didn't they still help? Black Americans didn't have no power as you said it and they still helped. So again, should we support what they're going through or should we support ICE? You're still not answering the question. You're just talking, you're just rambling. You're mumbling right now and you're on mute. See, he's on mute and he don't even know it. I'm gonna take you off mute, but I need you to answer the question, Shabaka. Can you answer the question? Throw a number one if you can. Because if not, I'll just keep on talking and have you on mute. Can you throw a number one so I can know you're gonna answer the question, please? Yes or no? All right, I'll just keep on talking, Shabaka. Again, Shabaka is lying. We can't keep on having Shabaka lie about this. There was no coalition. They told us that there were no coalition. We even had a Mexican from LA said that there was no coalition. We don't know. They don't know what I'm talking about. So Shabaka's telling a whole different story to me and a Latino who was there who said that there was no coalition. There has never been a coalition. His grandparents told him that there was no coalition. What are you talking about? That's that Obama phone.
Am I off mute?
Yeah, you off mute.
Off mute?
Mm-hmm.
There has been coalition between and Brown. The FBI, the CIA broke up those coalitions like they broke up all positive organizations during the 60s. You had no
This
understanding of
nigga
the
sound like
civil
a
rights struggle
Mexican.
because you wasn't there, brother. They got members like Cesar Chavez. You got members like the Panther Party in New York City, the last poet, and those
That's
who
not
came to
collectively,
struggle along against.
Shabaka. Shabaka, I said
What
collectively.
is it if it's
Collectively.
not collectively?
Chavez,
We
Chavez,
organized
Chavez
together.
is the only one person.
Listen,
No, no. Chavez is a one person. You
one.
can't keep
I'm
it.
not talking about one
Yes.
person. I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
different
collectively.
organizations
What
together
are,
to try to
what
change
are,
the
no.
society of the United
You're
States.
lying. You're lying, Shabaka. We're talking about
I'm lying
collectively.
about what?
Black America, you're
I'm lying
lying
about
because
what?
they have never been there,
There
Shabaka.
were
They
organizations
had
in the
never.
60s and the 70s and the 80s
What are
that
what are
continued
these
to
li-
work
what
toward
are the what are the
collectivism.
legal
I think,
what are the Latino organizations called? What
there
are
was the
the
Brown
Latino
Panther
organ?
Party. There was
No,
the Brown
no,
Panther Party before J. Edgar
no.
Hoover
That's not collectively.
infiltrated that and
That's not
tore it down.
collectively, Shabaka. That was only a
That is
few. I
collect.
said
What is
collectively.
collectively? What is collectively but to form a party or organization, brother?
You see, everybody, he's a liar. This old
What
man is a
is
fucking liar.
collectively? What is collective form a coalition?
He's lying. That's not
No,
collectively,
lying
Shabaka.
about
That's not.
what?
Did I ask you? Did
What
I
is
ask you
not
what is a
collective?
Latino?
You have
Hold on,
different
hold on, hold on.
organizations
The
fighting
question
for the same thing.
again.
You keep
Listen to me.
interrupting me.
Listen to me. Yes, you do. Listen to me. What are the Latino What are the Latino organization? Not the Black Panther Party, not black organization. What are the Latino organizations that were there?
Where are the black organizations that exist today that are fighting for a
Shabaka,
coalition.
Shabaka, Shabaka,
Show me a black organization
Shabaka.
today working
With
for a coalition
Shabaka,
with
with
anybody.
Shabaka. You started talking about the coalition. I said, when has there been a Latino organization that was a part of the coalition? You can't name one because there wasn't one.
There has always been, when we started the struggle, there always been those of like mind that's fighting against white supremacy. How you think a
Everybody,
fight against white
everybody,
supremacy? Everybody,
everybody.
where is me and
Am,
you,
am
brother?
I am I say, am I saying something that he's not understanding or he's just not answering the question? Because I don't think he's answering. I got him on mute, but I don't think he's answering the question because I'm asking him the same question over and over. He's not answering the question. He's not answering the question. He's talking about the Black Panther Party. That's not a Latino organization. What are you fucking smoking over there, Shabaka? You're not answering the question. Everybody, am I asking the wrong question? Please tell me if I'm asking the wrong question. Because he's talking about something totally different. He said they has always been there. Now, okay, let's play another game. What about our African organization? Can you name an African organization that was a part of this unity thing you're talking about? We're not even gonna talk about this, what is it? What is the African? Listen to me. I need you to listen, Shabaka. What are the African organization that was a part of any black organization that was helping Black America? I'm talking about feet on the ground. Can you name one? If you can't, there's nothing wrong with that. Can you name one, Shabaka?
Am I mute?
Yes.
Am I off of mute? You keep
Yes,
chopping up
Shabaka.
stuff and you're putting me as a liar. You're not putting the whole content
You
up
are a
there.
liar.
Yes, there were.
You are a
Yes,
liar.
there are black organizations that fought and continue to fight against the African People Revolutionary Party, the African People Socialist Party is one, the Black Liberation Army was one. We have always 60s and the 70s, the Latinos could join the Black Panther Party because they were part of the people movement.
Shabaka, that's not the question. I'm gonna
Collectively.
ask it. I'm gonna simplify it for you. All right. Name an African immigrant organization that help black people, that help black organization, or help. Put it this way, help black issues. Black immigrant.
Immigrant no, name me an African immigrant organization, brother.
So you don't know.
They have problems. They have problems
You're
maintaining
telling, but
their stability
Shabaka,
here. Time to join organizations that consider subversive to the
we
United
got him,
States.
everybody. We got him. We got him.
Got me
We got
what?
him. We got you. We
Got
know
me
you don't know
what?
what you're talking about.
We who? We who? You and the other two
The
members of
audience,
FBA
the
that
audience
don't know
know that
anything about history?
the audience know that you don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about. I lived it, brother.
I
You
said
wasn't
again,
there.
but you were
I'm the
okay.
one
Since
that
you
taught you
okay,
unionism
okay,
because
you were there,
I helped establish
Shabaka,
Pan Africanism.
Shabaka, you were there. Okay, since you are there, name the African immigrant organization that helped with black struggles in America. That's all you had to do. It's easy.
Harry Bell, like you said, Harry
Name it.
Belafonte,
No organization. No, no,
Sidney
no, no, no.
Poitier struggle.
So I was right,
They were
everybody.
in
There is no
organizations.
organization.
They were in the
There was
NAA,
no
WACP.
organization.
They were in POR.
There's no African
They was an
organization.
Operation Push.
I
Name you
was
a
right,
whole lot of different
everybody.
organizations.
No,
No,
that's
you
not.
don't
You
know
name me people. Those are
anything about
people.
history. You
Those were
don't know
people, not
anything about history. That's
organization.
why you don't know
That
anything
was
about
people. Shabaka.
Africans, other people helping us.
Shabaka. Shabaka. That was people, not organization. I tell you, name me an
They,
African immigrant
they
organization.
were organized. They were in organizations. How you think we got the Civil
No, no.
Rights Bill and things like that
You gotta be a
passed,
fucking
brother?
idiot. You gotta be fucking an idiot, Shabaka. I
There
said name
was
an
no individual did that.
Shabaka. Just say you don't
It
know.
was Africans combined with
You
the
don't
existing
know. Everybody, he just doesn't.
here in
He
the
just
United
doesn't
States
know.
that got the civil
He
rights
don't know.
legislation and things like that passed. I do
This
know.
nigga
I
don't
was
know.
there, brother.
You
I was
don't know.
there.
You
I
was
was
there.
there, brother. I was there. You
Yeah,
don't
in your
know.
dream.
You guessing on
You don't
history.
know,
I
Shabaka.
seen the
You don't
unification
know shit.
of the brown and the
Shabaka.
black, brother. You haven't seen
You
anything
weren't
because you
there.
haven't been in any
You
struggle.
weren't
You have
there.
not fought for anything.
You weren't there. You weren't there. You were hiding.
Where was I at, bro? I
You
was
were
a Black
hiding.
Panther.
You were
I fought
hiding.
along with the civil
You wasn't no
rights
fucking Black
movement.
Panther.
I was a black militant in the 60s.
You, Shabaka. You was a Boy Scouts. You was not no fucking
I'm a
Black
Pan African
Panther.
because I see
You were a Boy Scout.
the civil rights era to the black, and that's growth
My
there.
nigga, you a Boy Scout.
Can't tell me.
You a Boy Scout.
Boy
You're not no
Scouts,
Black Panther.
but
You so you so
black
you so you yo you so
Pan
yo
Africanism and sweet.
you was a Boy Scout. You wasn't no Black Panther. You don't know
I was
shit
a
about shit.
militant. They called me a black militant, brother. They called me a black militant
They
because
had you.
I was
They
in the
had you in a
struggle
camp
for
out.
African liberation and African rights. You don't know nothing about it, bro.
Them niggas had
You
you
don't
in.
know nothing about it.
Them
Sit
niggas had you in summer camp.
back and let me
Them niggas
teach you
had you in
about
summer camp. Them niggas had you
it.
in summer camp, my nigga. You was a Boy Scouts. You was not in no Black Panther party. That's what you was doing. You wasn't out here. You wasn't out here getting busy. You was out here chopping up wood, making fire. That's what you was doing, Shabaka. You was getting little badges. You wasn't getting busy out here, my nigga. Come on, don't sit here and lie to my audience. That's crazy, Shabaka. We know you wasn't getting busy. You probably didn't even leave the porch. You're not on mute. You just didn't leave the porch. That's who you were, Shabaka.
Do
You
some research,
watched.
bro.
You
Research, black
Shabaka.
people. I'm not
Shabaka.
gonna argue.
You was not
Research the
you
black
can't argue with me.
people unity
You
movement in Camden, New Jersey,
Shabaka.
brother.
Shabaka, you wasn't out here.
Research
You was on
the
the
black
porch.
people unity movement in Camden, New Jersey.
Shabaka, you didn't even jump off the porch.
That's in the
You didn't jump off the
60s. That's in
porch.
the late 60s.
But
Right.
Shabaka, you wasn't there.
No,
You wasn't there.
demonstrated
Somebody
and
told
I
you.
fought. No, and nobody
Shabaka, you
has
was
to
a
tell
Boy
me, bro.
Scout.
I was responsible to
I'm
my
telling
people.
you.
I took up the
I'm telling
banner
you.
and continue to fight for
You had a camp counselor,
the
nigga. You didn't have
liberation
no.
of black people
Yo,
worldwide. Haters and puppets
yo,
and that are own people for some white man crumbs.
you was a camp counselor. Yo, you didn't have no leader. You had a camp counselor,
Now
nigga.
you are camp. You
a Boy Scout.
ain't never did a darn
You
thing.
didn't do a
You don't even know
motherfucking
about
thing.
struggle. What
You
struggle
just
have you
watched.
been in?
You watched it.
What
Hold
struggle
up.
have you
You
been in?
watched it when niggas got busy.
What have
When
you
niggas
done?
got busy, you ran in the
To
house
help
and
black
hide under
people,
the
brother.
bed. When things got crazy,
All the names you want. You
in
can
the
make
house.
all the
You ran
so-called
in the house.
BS you want.
You ran in the house.
But that's what you're
Shabaka, you
doing.
ran in the
You
house.
sit behind that
I'm gonna tell
mic,
you what you
ain't never
did. I'm
experienced
gonna tell
the
you. I'm
black
gonna
liberation
tell you what
struggle.
you did. I'm gonna tell you what
What
you did. All right.
organization are you in?
When
What organization are
things
you
got
in
tough,
or were in?
when things got scary,
What
you ran in the
organization are
house.
you in?
You ran in the
What
house.
organization are you in?
You ran
What
in the house and
organization
locked
are
the
you in
door
doing anything
and
to
hide
help
under the
black
bed.
people? What
You ran in the house.
organization are you in doing
Yo,
anything to help black people?
Shabaka, You ran
What
in the
organization
house.
are you in doing
You ran.
anything to
Watch this,
help black
everybody.
people?
Watch this.
What
He's crashing
organization
out
are
now.
you in
Crashing out.
doing anything to help black
Yo,
people?
Shabaka. You
What
ran in the house.
organization
You
are
locked the
you in
door.
doing anything
You
to help
locked the
black
door.
people?
You lock the
You are
door and
not
you hide
doing
under the bed.
anything. You are jumping on the FBA banner, rooting and
You
tooting and
got
calling
scared. You was
immigrants
scared.
names and all that stupid stuff
You
and not
got
doing a
scared.
darn thing to help anybody. And
Just
then you
say you
jump up
got
here
scared.
on YouTube and you want to get clicks and views
Just
by
say just
doing
just
nothing
say you
and
was
talking about
scared.
shit you don't even know.
Just say you was scared. That's all you gotta say is you was
I
scared.
lived it,
You
brother.
didn't live any.
I lived it. And
You
I
was scared.
continue to live it. That
You
I was
don't
scared.
live in
Yeah, I
that. You
was
live in
scared
Virginia.
sometimes. Bullets was going by
And what
my
did you do?
head
Hold on.
because
What
I
did you do?
marched in the civil rights movement.
What did you do when you got scared? You ran in the house, you locked the door, and you hid under your bed.
Continue to struggle, continue to
Yes,
fight.
that's
That's
what
why I'm
you
here
did.
today. What
You're
did you do?
scared. You didn't do
What did you do
anything,
to help black
Shabaka.
people?
You didn't
What
do
did you do to
anything,
help
Shabaka. You didn't do
black
out here.
people?
You just
Sit
watch
up here
people.
and criticize, cry, and complain
That's
about
all
some
you.
immigrants
Yeah,
that never did a
yeah,
darn thing to
yeah.
you.
Look at you.
You are a
You're mad,
coward.
Shabaka. You
And the
didn't do
FBA are
anything. You didn't
cowards.
do anything.
How in the world are they gonna
Hey, he's
call the
mad.
people that are
Hold on one.
foreigners? Wasn't no winner. It was.
Yeah, he got scared, everybody. He ran in that house, locked the
Still
door,
here.
and hid under the bed. I know. You're imagine yo, you're imaginary gangster. That's what you are. You're imaginary gangster, Shabaka. You didn't do anything. You didn't. You still talk about you going to Africa, so I know you wasn't doing. I know you wasn't getting busy out here. I'm just being personally honest. You wasn't getting busy out here. You should have been nice. You should have been living lovely. You should have been teaching these little children out here to get busy out here. You did it. You did it. You're mad. That's all. He froze everybody. His joint. But yeah, everybody. This is the shit that I'm talking about. Shabaka, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. You wasn't out here trying to get busy. You wasn't out here trying to make a difference. You was out here scamming niggas. If anything you have in common with Africans or the black liberations, y'all niggas was scammers. You're a scammer just like the Pan Africans. The Pan Africans didn't do shit for us. You know? I'm just being personally honest. You know? But yeah, niggas was out here getting sprayed with water hose. That nigga ran. Shabaka ran. He's like, fuck that. I'm just being personally honest, everybody. And I know Shabaka's mad at me. He might be telling the truth because whatever happened in New Jersey is forgotten. Yo, there was no fucking coalition. And the thing about it, as I said, what are the immigrant organizations that help Black Americans, not individuals, because that's not a collective thing. An organization is a collective thing. And it's all right. If they didn't help, they didn't help. You know, but we can't sit here and act like they did help. You know, so it is what it is. I know his feelings is hurt. You know, he's probably mad. He's probably about to crash out on niggas. But like, yo, Shabaka, I gotta be personally honest. It's, my man, you can't be out here lying. There was no coalition. And I fuck with Latinos. You know, as I said, I support Latinos, but I'm not gonna help. I'm not gonna help, but I support them. I support Africans. I'm not helping. The fuck? What am I helping for? Man, hold up. He already got one broom. Facts, Lala. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. And also, um, if you want to be in the live chat, you gotta be a subscriber. So subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. And also sending them donations to the Cash App. And also sending if not, if you don't want to do Cash App, do the GoFundMe for my short film. That's a must need, everybody. So yeah, definitely I'd rather take that than the Cash App personally, but that's cool. But if anything else too, you could do super chat. If you feel comfortable doing super chat, we could do super chat. So yeah, definitely thank you, and thank you for the early people, the people early who gave donations out. I do appreciate it. Give me a second. But yeah, man, I ran Shabaka off. I ran him off, man. He wasn't ready for that. But yeah, it's Shabaka. You gotta listen, man. That's why I was putting you on mute because you're not listening to the question. I said collect. I said an organization. There was no organizations. We can name all the black organizations. We can name all the black people that help. We can name all the black communities. It's just we got to stop doing that. Were there Latinos and Africans and Caribbeans? Absolutely, but they collectively they weren't there. So you just disconnect me. I don't have to. I didn't disconnect you, Shabaka. I gave you time. If anything, you want 5 more minutes, I'll give you 5 more minutes. But you can't be lying. You need to answer the question. That's all I need you to do is answer the question. If you can't answer the question, don't hit the link. Don't hit the link. I'm personally being honest about it. Don't hit the link. You know, I'm just being personally honest with you because it's a waste of time. I want you to talk. I want you to say your piece, but I don't want you to lie, and I want you to stay on topic. You weren't staying on topic. That's why we got into the conversation about organizations. They were a part of the organization. That's not collectively. That's an individual thing. We can't give people credit for what Sidney Poitier did. We can't give the whole credit to the Latino community what Chavez did. Castro did. Those are individuals. We're talking about collectively, you know, and that's a problem. I'm gonna say this, everybody. This is a problem, and once we start getting into the show, we're gonna see that this is a problem, and this is like this isn't me coming down on people hard. It's just like at the end of the day we got to be honest. I fuck with them heavy, but at the end of the day we have to be honest. No, I'm not dropping no more links if you're not going to answer the question. You're talking about this mini organization. I'm talking about a Latin organization. I'm talking about a Caribbean organization, an African organization, you know? And you're not answering these questions, and it's concerning, Shabaka. I'm gonna be personally honest. It's very concerning that you can't answer these questions, and you said that you were there. So it's like I said, it's very it's. Give me a second. Shout out to Wiz Mason, my business partner and my college buddy. Shout out to you. But yeah, it's Shabaka. We can't keep doing this. I can give you 5 more minutes. If you don't answer it in 3 minutes, I'm disconnecting you. Actually this time I'm gonna disconnect you. All right. So I need you to answer that question. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. I'm giving you one more chance. There, everybody. We can't keep doing this with them. These are serious matters right now. We're getting close to reparations. We're getting close to these policies and these legislations and stuff. So now we can't be playing with these people. There's policies coming out. They're talking about policies for us now. They're talking about legislations and stuff. We can't be playing with Shabaka. Talk about we need to help everybody, and nobody's not really helping. There are collectively a lot of these people are not helping, but individually, yes, they are helping. I can't take that from them. Individually, certain people do help. Collectively, culturally, no, they don't. That's like me saying, "Oh, yo, can you help me get into college?" Nah, nah, nah. But you'll help me steal. Let's go rob old boy. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go and help you. I'll help you steal. Let me go get the gun. That's on some shit like that. What Shabaka saying. Only time a lot of these immigrants was actually helping us was when they were getting free shit. When niggas was rioting and stealing shit. That's the only time. And I'm not trying to be narcissistic. I mean, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but we can't lie. Only time a lot of helping us was when they were getting free shit. When niggas was rioting Shabaka. And stealing shit. That's the only time. Shabaka.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Can you answer the question?
It was Ghana who brought up the question of reparations to the FBA. FBA don't have any power anywhere to do anything.
But Ghana don't got power in their own country. What are you talking about?
No, they had the power to bring it before the world. They had the power to bring reparations up before the world. You have to be a nation or country or organization to receive reparations. You can't just be black people.
Shabaka, when was this? When was this?
That was April the 25th of this year when Ghana brought up the slavery a crime to humanity, and it was the United States, it was Israel, and it was Argentina that said it wasn't because Shabaka, it was illegal.
You've been talking about reparations.
In the world, can you get reparations when then that slavery Shabaka was legal, so you can't get reparations?
Shabaka, we've been talking about reparations before then. We've been talking about reparations. What are you talking about? Give me a second.
Shabaka, stop telling that lie.
Movement. The African People's Socialist Party started the African reparation movement. You can't get reparations.
We've been talking about reparations. You gotta stop lying, Shabaka. We've been talking about reparations.
You keep on calling me a liar. What am I lying about?
You're lying about they were the first one talking about reparations. Niggas been talking about reparations.
Who brought up the question of reparations in the United States?
Shabaka, it been out there.
States saying that,
that
slavery was legal.
Malcolm X. The organization of African Unity brought it up. Not no FBA. FBA is jumping on the bandwagon.
Shabaka, that question about reparation always been there, Shabaka.
It has always not. Been there. How can it always be there? And it took a point of development from slavery until we were free to bring about the idea of reparation.
Shabaka, where did the 40 acres and the mule come from?
That came with the promise of Abraham Lincoln. That came with the promise of Abraham Lincoln if the slaves, if the African slaves will fight for the Union. That's where that came from.
Hey, Shabaka, I got a question for you. Do you see that thumbnail right there?
The idea of reparation. What thumbnail?
You see that picture? You see the picture that I have in there from me being in the thing.
A great American.
The guy with the mustache,
picture, brother. Great American, Black American picture.
You see that dude in that picture?
Do I see what?
Bronze, do you see that guy in the picture?
Yeah.
You see that guy who's in my thumbnail, who's the picture?
Yeah.
That guy right there is Bronze. That
Yeah.
guy right there is pure Choctaw Indian off the motherfucking reservation. His
Mm,
name is Ross Sims. He used to work for the U.S. government.
mm,
His dad used to be the supervisor and the principal at the reservation, along with his mama, his two sisters, and his little brother Derek.
mm.
That
Does
guy
that
is
have to
100%
do with
Let him
anything?
finish,
Choctaw.
Do with
George.
anything? That's why they call them the red man,
He is
because they were dark
FBA.
skinned Native
He is
Americans. But they didn't look
FBA
like
Choctaw.
you,
He is
Dorsey.
FBA.
And that's his
Mm.
business.
Say what now?
And what is the FBA doing to help anybody but FBA? And they're not even doing that because they're not
We don't.
organized.
So hold on. Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question?
Chewbacca.
Hold on, Dawson. Let me answer that question.
Chewbacca.
Let me answer
You
that
ain't never
question.
been down. You
Hold on,
ain't
hold on,
never been down south, so you
Dorsey.
don't know what the fuck going on.
Hey,
I've
Dorsey,
been
let me
down
answer
south.
that
Don't tell me
question.
where I've been. The
Hey,
Choctaw
I'm
don't
gonna
even
answer that question.
recognize you
Where you been,
as being
Chewbacca?
no
Where you
Choctaw,
been,
Dorsey.
I'm gonna
Chewbacca?
answer that
You
The
question.
claim you
Choctaw
was a Pink
don't
Panther
recognize
back
you
in
as
the
being
day.
no Choctaw.
You know, I'm
No,
not
no,
with
I
that.
was
Why
an
you gotta
African
lie,
warrior.
man?
Today, lie about what? Lie about what?
Dorsey.
We have no photographic. We have no photographic evidence of you ever doing anything, Chewbacca.
Mm.
Go in
Uh,
there and
uh,
pull out
uh,
some
uh,
pictures.
uh,
Show us some
1950,
pictures.
He's a Boy Scout. He's a Boy Scout.
1969, Camden High.
Boy Scout.
1969, Camden High,
Check
Boy
Camden, New
this out,
Scout.
Jersey.
Boy
The
Chewbacca.
Scout.
Black People Unity
Chewbacca.
Movement.
Chewbacca.
You,
Chewbacca. You talking to somebody who lived in the same era as you did. Nigga, everything we did, we took a picture of either a Polaroid or a 35 millimeter,
bull crap.
Chewbacca. So if you can't
Stop
show
the
me
cat.
no pictures
Well,
of
name your
you
organization.
out there in
Name
the
your
street doing
organization in the
something,
60s that
He
you
ain't got
belong
one.
newspaper
to.
clipping or
He ain't got
nothing,
one.
I don't believe you have no evidence, Chewbacca.
He ain't got
They
one.
have a
You ain't
they
got
have a
one.
whole building. They
You
have
ain't
a
got
whole building
one.
in
You
Camden, New
ain't
You
got
ain't
Jersey.
got
one.
one.
The
He
Black
mad.
People
He
Unity
mad.
name
He
We mad
is
because
their team.
out of the decades, of so far your so-called militant years, you don't have not a motherfucking thing to show.
He got a camp
Now, for
knife. That's
me,
what
I
that
have
nigga
a
got.
whole lot to show, brother. You haven't
That nigga got a
recognized it because
camp.
you don't do any
Chewbacca.
studying.
You got a
We
camp.
have
You got
we
a
have
camp
established
knife.
3 liberated African countries in Africa. A few years ago, they said it was
That nigga got
impossible.
a.
They said Africans will never own and control the resources of
Yo,
their land. And but
that
also
nigga was
Mali and
making a camp
Nigeria,
dog.
Africans from the
That
United
nigga
Home,
was
so that they
crazy.
can take part in the
Yeah.
rehabilitation of Africa.
Chewbacca,
You
you was
don't
out
know
here
what you're
making
talking
campfires, my
about.
nigga.
We have made great progress, and we will continue to make great
that
progress.
man,
The
that
FBA
nigga
is a
was out here
divisive
making
organization
campfires.
that's trying to stop us from black unity.
That nigga was out here chasing squirrels. You wasn't out here, Chewbacca. You wasn't out here, bro.
Sparker, you weren't doing shit, nigga. I can document at 5 years old that I was out there march testing.
Was first introduced in '89. You're right about the HR-40, but reparation has been talked about. As Dorsey has said before, he said reparation was given, but it was taken back. So I call it Indian giving. I call it they didn't give anything. They just pump fake. So you are right. The HR-40, you are right. I forgot the lady's name. I think it was a lady that introduced it to us, Shirley something. Um, so shout out to you, Blog Gen X. Salute, player. But yeah, yeah, there was a whole. It was a. But yeah, Shabaka, you wasn't out here like that. I can just tell. You know. And there's nothing wrong, and that's okay, man. It's okay. Sometimes everybody ain't supposed to be in the streets, you know. Niggas was crashing out.
Am
My man
I?
was crashing
Can you
out.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Hold on, everybody. Let me get this man off this page. Remove this guest. But yeah, Shabaka, you wasn't out here in the streets getting busy. And it's all right. You know, not everybody ain't supposed to be out here getting busy. It's just you lied. You know, that's my issue. I don't like that you lied. You know, you're a good guy, but you lied too much for me. Um, I hope to say Shabaka. No more Shabaka. Um, I'm gonna get into the videos though. Give me a second. Yeah, we getting into the videos. Hold on one second.
This is the moment of truth. Before we jump into this morning's briefing, I do think I need to preface it by saying it's going to be one of those kind of conversations. It's going to be dealing largely with.
And also, everybody, I have not seen this video, so I'm watching this video with you. I think every time I do videos, I want to watch it with you instead of not being ready. So I think me, I always say, not knowing is the purity of greatness. So, yeah.
Immigration, or rather with immigrants, especially from Africa and the Caribbean. Now, before anybody gets defensive or starts to roll their eyes and say, oh, it's going to be like that, hold your horses. There's been more than a few people ever since I did that Abbott Elementary video a couple of weeks ago who basically have been taking cheap shots at the professor in the comments section. And that being the case, I think I might as well go ahead and give a response, or at the very least, I might as well go ahead and refresh people's memories on things. And I think that it's important that I do because apparently the talking point du jour that I suppose has been passed around by these folks, they must all go to the exact same message boards to get these talking points, is that why do the FBA attack immigrants? Now, I could just simply say that's not true. You can't show where people are just simply attacking African or Caribbean immigrants just because. I could just say that and leave it there, but as Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, but what good would that do? First of all, there have been many true soldiers from Africa who you see in our comment section, who you see making videos, people who have been neck deep in the movement when it comes to black empowerment. People who have made their bones and paid their dues. We got to acknowledge that because they do exist. That's a reality. The problem is these true soldiers are greatly outnumbered by the tethers, bootlicks, and backstabbers. That's a reality.
He is right about that. Let me see what type of video this is. Oh, he's just gonna be talking. He's gonna be talking. I'm not gonna put y'all through that. So what we're gonna watch now is FBA's conversation. Black immigrants deny FBA culture. This is one of the reasons why that a lot of black, and this is what I'm gonna start doing in this show. This show I'm gonna start and if you can't hear, you need me to turn it up, I'll turn it up. But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show y'all some pinpoints of certain things, reason why black Americans don't want to defend anybody. You know, this is just the reason why. You know, I'm not saying this is the full reason, but this is one of the reasons. You know,
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that.
Today, we hear from freedmen black Americans speaking out on the growing disrespect coming from some Africans, Caribbeans, and black Latinos, and how they continue to not understand and dismiss our unique culture and history. Check it out.
Oh, baby, you hit the nail on the head. People took Pan-Africanism as black people looking for an identity instead of viewing it as trying to be collaborative. That's 100% on point. And that's the reason, but the issue that I've always had with Pan-Africanism is it first of all, it doesn't benefit black Americans at all. And it really created like this woe is me, lost orphan type of like view of black America. Like we're just like looking for some type of identity, looking for some type of homeland, looking for somewhere to belong, or so to speak, I guess you could say. And that's the issue that I've always had with it, that it was never like, I don't think it ever really was empowering for black Americans. I always felt like it was very disempowering to us, and it always made the rest of the black people around the world feel like, oh, that's so sad that those Black Americans don't have a home, they don't have a culture, they don't have a country to go back to, they don't have a language. That's so sad. And it's like, nah, we not no cultural charity case. We not looking for no identity.
Black American delineation has nothing to do with anti-African, anti-Caribbean, or anti-other Black nations. It's about preserving culture, preserving inheritance.
And I think that's a problem where a lot of people have is that Black Americans is preserving their own culture. We're showing where our culture really came from, you know, and I think that's the problem. All this unity doesn't. Well, let me ask y'all a question. When it comes to Black America, why does it always have to be unity? You know, I think I always seen that as a problem because nobody else has to share their culture. It's only Black Americans. You know, like people forget we the big brother. We don't got y'all. We don't got to give y'all motherfuckers anything. Not a nor nigga. You know, and I think that's the problem with y'all. And I think you know what? That's something that y'all need to fix. You know, give me a second. Yeah, that's something that y'all need to fix. If y'all got a problem with y'all culture, y'all need to fix y'all own culture. That has nothing to do with Black Americans or foundational Black Americans. You know, everybody also don't forget to sign off on that don't forget to sign off on the petition for Massachusetts. They're trying to change the name, the legal name to Freedmen. So definitely, please help with that. So hit the link. I put it down in the live chat. So I just need y'all to click on it, fill it out. It takes probably 30 to 40 seconds. And it helps. You know, you don't even got to be a foundational Black American um or have to live in Massachusetts. You can still fill it out. So definitely help. Um, we need this because if it affects if it works in Massachusetts, it's gonna work in y'all state. So definitely this is and I'm gonna say this. This is the connection right now where a lot of Black Americans. This is what they've been talking about. This is where they've been shitting on us for years. Talk about we don't get along. They used to tell us that, oh yeah, Black people don't get along. Black people are violent. Black people don't know how to handle disputes. We might fight you, but at the end of the day, we ain't gonna let nobody else fight you. If I have a situation with you, it's gonna be with you. You want to change the name of no. Freedmen for Black Americans. So yeah, definitely fill it out. I'm gonna keep on doing it all through this week and next week. So yeah, I need y'all help. Definitely, I just need you to Robbie, you so crazy, man. I hope you ain't smoking the same shit that Shabaka's smoking. But yeah, man, just hit the petition and just say yes. You know, um, we want to change the name and put it this way, Robin. When I get my reparations, I'm gonna buy you a ticket and I'm gonna bring you to Magic City, so we can go get some lemon pepper chicken. All right, me, you, and what's my other man's name? Randall. Me, you, Randall. We're gonna go to Magic City, go get some lemon pepper chicken with the ballers and stuff.
Setting aside a particular group so that they are not forgotten. They don't want their ancestors, the sacrifice of their ancestors. They don't want the sacrifice of their people to be forgotten. You say that they don't have culture. You say that they don't have identity. And when they decide to set themselves apart, you say that they shouldn't. And no other culture is expected to absorb everybody else except Black Americans. You don't go to Jamaica and say, you got to accept us as Jamaican. You don't go to Haiti and say, you got to accept us as Haitian. Everybody else can have their identity, but when it comes to Black Americans wanting to set themselves apart, you say, oh no, you guys you're xenophobic, you're Zionist. No, stop gaslighting them. Are there some extremists? Yes. But that doesn't represent the whole group. It's important that this group is set aside because they do have an inheritance. They have a special tie to this land and a special history to this land, and they deserve that observation.
Y'all understand logically that Black Americans are Americans as a nationality, but you don't culturally understand it. Y'all don't culturally understand the difference, and therefore you struggle to actually grasp and be able to hold space for the complicated, contradictory nuances of that identity. And I'll use Cowboy Carter as an example, but it goes beyond that. Y'all don't really grasp what we mean when we say that our roots are here. Our roots, our culture being built here. Our ancestors' literal blood, sweat, and tears in the very fabric of this land, of this country. So you often mistake what we're doing as patriotism when it's actually veneration, but it's by design. America wants you to think it's patriotism, and I'm gonna tell you exactly how. Because our culture is actively stolen, appropriated, and erased, when it's finally acknowledged as such, the only tools or imagery that's really used to talk about it is that of the American machine. You're actively seeing our culture being erased and being used as an export, being used as marketed as just American culture. Hoodoo having to be hidden and shielded behind Christianity and the Bible. Juneteenth, once it's finally nationally recognized, has to be an American holiday. AAVE being talked about as a Southern accent. There's so many examples, right? And what you're actively seeing, what we're all seeing, is our culture and history being actively erased and being told this is just American. So then we're told by Americans, right, this isn't your culture, it's American culture. And then everyone else tells us, oh, you're being patriotic when we do things that's actually ours. It's been a continuous cycle that has happened since our ancestors were forced to be enslaved here. Building a counterculture in the midst of an oppressive culture. The oppressors get a hold of it, take it for themselves, and then tell us it's not ours and make it theirs. And if it's not them stealing our culture, then it's something that our oppressors created, forced us to survive in, and we as a people had to find some sentimentality in it or make something from it. And a good example of that is Thanksgiving. Right? We know Thanksgiving has genocidal roots, and it was also something where it would be the only time that enslaved Africans could commune together. So now there's some cultural sentimentality attached to that, even though we as Black people hate oppression. Contradictory as fuck. It was an enslaved Black man that learned this mac and cheese recipe, brought it back, flipped it, and reversed it, and now baked mac and cheese is a Black American staple, and we seeing a whole bunch of recipes on TikTok. Either way, anything we do, create, participate, and engage in is shadowed by this broader American machine that's damn near impossible to separate ourselves from, even when we try to distance ourselves from it. Because America makes it impossible, and the world, y'all, make that also impossible. You also see the erasure and engage in the erasure because you dilute it down to just being something American. Which is why there's a push for really mainly only us in the diaspora.
Yeah, she's right about that, because at the end of the day, when we have something, everybody wants to jump onto it. And then think about it, we don't mind sharing and stuff like that. You dance how we dance and stuff. That's not really the issue. The issue is telling the story, telling us where we got the style from. I think that has always been the problem. You know? This is why we have microphone check and stuff like that. This is why people had an outrage, because it was telling the truth.
Where we're really from. Because being from America isn't acceptable.
Shabaka.
Y'all understand the fact we're Black American, but you don't like the fact that we're Black American, and you blame us for it and project your feelings on the American machine onto us because America told you that you can. It's not acceptable to find pride here. We don't want to find pride here, and y'all don't want us to feel prideful, right? However, we have pride in our ancestors. We have pride for the blood, sweat, and tears that they put into this land. We have pride in what they created and what we continue to create while still actively living here. Now, if I bring this back into Cowboy Carter as an example, it would make sense why y'all struggle to see the reclamation aspect of it, or why you struggle to see the irony of her using certain imagery and the purposeful contradictoriness of it and the nuances of it. You don't have to agree with it, you could critique it, but y'all are struggling to see it, and you're just resorting it to American imagery. You're just resorting to that. Y'all struggle to see that. Whether you fucking like Beyonce or not, there's a whole subset of Black American people that feel seen by this artistry, that she was speaking to them and speaking for them. Right, the Black cowboys, right, the Black equestrian girlies who got the horse camps that now that this has been on the big screen can finally get donations to keep it up and running. Black people's contributions and creation of country music and the culture Right, putting y'all on to other black country artists, whether you like her or not. You can like these folks. You could learn this culture. You can learn the roots of it. You can learn how it's in the fabric of this country that nobody fucking likes, including us. But you struggle to listen to the music and the lyrics that literally say that. You struggle to see the imagery as something that triggers white folks, because this is culture that white people really love and enjoy, while hating and erasing the fact that we are the fabric of it. They really enjoy it, but they don't want to acknowledge we're the fabric of it. And they hate that we're a part of it. They hate that we're here while they forced us to be here. So it's like, let me make it plain for y'all to see that we're in this. And again, you can critique the use of that imagery for sure. Why not? That art is supposed to be critiqued. But to resort it down to just one type of thing shows you're culturally unaware, or you struggle to sit in cultural nuances and actually understand what nuance is. Nuance is often uncomfortable. It's contradictory. It's complicated. And if you actually understood culturally the identity of being Black American, where your roots are here for generations upon generations upon generations, this would be very easy for you to get. It would. But it's easier to just resort us to being patriotic for a country rather than venerating a culture that our ancestors and we had a part in.
She's saying the same thing over and over, but I get what she's trying to say. It's more
in my mouth and then call it lemonade, because what's the derogatory word for white people that's colonizing your land to this day? And for the Caribbean and Africans that say we don't have any culture, and come on now, we can already debunk that. What's your culture?
I wouldn't say fuck Africa. Because at least those people who are in Africa are fighting for their country. But these niggas who are out there, out in America and stuff, and I'm not going to say France, because they're patriotic. Them Africans in France are patriotic. They hold that French flag high to the sky. But these other niggas in America, they hold them to their tribal flag. Those Africans in France didn't sell out. They bought in. That's why they fly. That's why they driving the Maseratis. That's why they driving the Beamers, the G-Wagons, toting the Hammers. They get busy out here because they bought in. They bought into the French culture. They added on to the French culture. But shout out to the people who are in their country. No matter what they're doing in their country, if they're scamming, if they're out here, extorting people, they're in their country doing it. I don't have no problem with that, because that's their country.
They Caribbean or African that has a coon mindset, unless you have a rider mindset.
I'll be right back, everybody.
And Black Americans built this country, not Africans, don't you forget.
When many of these immigrants arrive in the United States, they often carry a completely distorted view of Black Americans, shaped by colonial influence, media stereotypes, and even teachings from their own families. Since the 1980s, this ignorance has too often translated into open disrespect. Many African and Caribbean parents have told their children not to associate with Black Americans, labeling us as lazy, criminal, or unmotivated. Meanwhile, they conveniently enjoy the rights, culture, and foundation that FBAs fought and bled for during centuries of struggle in this country. During the 1980s and 1990s, many of the older FBA generations extended hospitality, but instead of returning that energy, too many immigrants looked down on the very people who paved the way for their opportunities. Back then, our elders didn't always check that behavior the way they should have, either out of politeness or a hope for unity. But times have changed. The younger generation of FBAs is no longer staying silent. They're educated, unapologetic, and rooted in their identity. They're correcting the lies and checking the disrespect. And now that the pushback is happening, some immigrants are in shock. They're not used to Black Americans standing their ground, so they start throwing out false equivalences, comparing FBAs who speak up to white supremacists. That's gaslighting at its finest. It's a manipulative tactic used to avoid accountability and ignore the fact that some of the worst anti-Blackness comes from within the diaspora itself. The foundational Black American, FBA movement is a growing cultural and political movement rooted in the lineage of Black people in the United States who are descendants of those enslaved during chattel slavery. These are the men, women, and children who built America from the ground up, literally. FBA is not about division, but about specificity. It's about honoring a unique and often overlooked lineage within the Black diaspora, the people whose blood, sweat, and tears laid the very foundation of this country. From slavery to Reconstruction to Jim Crow
There we
to
go.
the Civil Rights Movement and beyond, foundational Black Americans have consistently been on the front lines of the fight for justice, not just for themselves, but for all Black people who later came to America seeking opportunity.
You're welcome in advance.
The FBA movement was born out of necessity, as many freedmen Black Americans began to notice a troubling pattern. Despite decades of trying to embrace Pan-Africanism and unite with Black immigrants from Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America, many foundational Black Americans found themselves being
I want y'all to hear what he just said. I think this is very important.
As many freedmen Black Americans began to notice a troubling pattern. Despite decades of trying to embrace Pan-Africanism and unite with Black immigrants from Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America, many foundational Black Americans found themselves being rejected by those very groups.
I think he said the most important part. We have been getting rejected by them. When people was supporting and influencing immigrants, they rejected us. So, I think that's the part where Black Americans just push back and say, yeah, fuck that. I ain't helping no more. Them niggas got that. I think that's where it came at.
Many Black immigrants were taught by their parents to stay away from akatas, a derogatory term some use for African Americans, to not associate with native Black Americans, and even to deny their Blackness, preferring to identify solely by their nationality. They were often indoctrinated with anti-Black American stereotypes passed down from colonial governments or influenced by global white supremacy. This rejection was eye-opening and disappointing, especially since it came from people who shared skin color and African ancestry. But worse than rejection was the erasure. Many Black immigrants took full advantage of the gains that foundational Black Americans fought and died for, without acknowledging the people who made those gains possible. The Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, affirmative action, access to education, housing, and job protections. None of these would exist without the sacrifices of FBA icons like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, and Medgar Evers. And yet, many of these Black immigrants benefited from the blood spilled on Southern soil, while looking down on the very people who made it possible. Some even went so far as to assimilate into whiteness, copying Eurocentric behaviors and values to gain proximity to white acceptance, all while mocking or ignoring the cultural legacy of Black Americans. Meanwhile, foundational Black Americans didn't assimilate. We created our own culture, our own music, food, fashion, language, and resistance, from scratch, under conditions no human being should have endured. From jazz and blues to hip-hop, from soul food to street slang, American Black culture is FBA culture. Now, in the age of political instability and rising racism, especially under the shadow of leaders like Donald Trump, some of these same immigrant groups want to suddenly unify with FBAs. They want to form alliances now because they see that white supremacy doesn't distinguish between Black immigrant and Black American when it comes to oppression. But unity cannot be based on fear alone. Real unity comes from respect. And to become a protected class in America, there must be proper classification, a clear understanding of who is who and what historical lineage is being recognized. FBA is not anti-immigrant, it's pro-truth. It's about making sure the contributions of our ancestors are not stolen or ignored. We are the originators of the fight for Black rights in this country. We carved out space in America against all odds. That deserves respect. If Black immigrants want to truly unite, then step one is to acknowledge the trail that was blazed before they arrived, by people who had no choice but to be here, yet still found a way to shape the soul of a nation.
I think that was a very important part what that guy said. You know, we tried, and I have been saying that we have been trying. We tried for 40 to 60 years. I know Shabaka don't want to admit it. Shabaka, and I told Shabaka, you're lying because you're not telling the full truth. I told you, and I said, yeah, individually, immigrants did help. Immigrants individually help, but they didn't help collectively. Black Americans helped collectively. We put in, we put it this way: when if anybody from immigrants needed money or somewhere to live, Black Americans was always the first one, no matter what it was. It has always been that, you know. It's just it wasn't vice versa. You know, it wasn't one hand wash the other. So I think that's the problem. Everybody's so entitled of what Black Americans should do. A lot of people are not saying like, okay, you know what? How can we fix this problem? It has, and I'm gonna say this: we're not helping. As I tell people all the time, we're not fucking humanitarians. So yeah,
We got a lot of people in here. Let's get on in here and talk about it, but just make it make sense. Adrian, it sounds like some of the fresh and fit people. Adrian, what's happening? You one of fresh?
What's up? Gary's friends? No, I met him before.
Oh, you're one of these Myron.
No, no, I don't
Hey,
watch Fresh and Fit like that. People that need advice for women like that, I don't know. But I'm just curious, what sort of reparations do you want?
Adrian. Now are you Mexican, Colombian, Ecuadorian? What are you?
Half Nigerian and then half Spanish.
Have Nigerian?
Yes,
What
sir.
part of Nigeria is your family from?
I'm just playing. I'm half Thai, half Spanish. I was want to mess with you for a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Already came in lying. All right. Um,
But no, I have a quick question
don't
though.
be
Cause
don't be ashamed.
real
Don't be
quick.
ashamed of your lineage. I'm just saying
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just trying to mess with you because you seem like you don't really like anyone that's not black. But
projection. I don't like people who
I'm
lie. I don't like people who lie. All right. So what's
now. I just have a question because I've said this before to my friends. I'm like, if you know your ancestors' names who were slaves, then I believe that you should get your reparations. But I just feel like most people don't even know their ancestors, what their names are. You know,
that
they just want that free
for
money.
yourself? Speak for yourself. You don't
Do you know your ancestors' names, or you
oh,
just want the his money?
know them, sir. We know our ancestors. We got them very.
So what is his name? What are
We
their
got,
names? Like name three.
okay. First of all, if I'm going to name my ancestors, that's going to be for a governmental agency that's going to write a check,
I mean,
not
you should know the name. Is it
for
like
some low life internet troll who won't even be honest about where he's from. So yeah, I'm not gonna run down my ancestry to you. You're right.
I just don't see what the problem is. Look, my father.
Slow down. Sir, you come from a failed place where y'all family had to flee.
No, they have to flee. My parents are actually better off in their own country.
Really?
Yes, believe me, their house. My grandma's house in Thailand is 10 times
oh
nicer, ten
Lord,
times more expensive than my house here in Michigan.
Sir, you're a half and half hopper.
this nigga said Thailand. They do eat dogs in Thailand, and their women are. There's some cute women in Thailand. I wouldn't mess with no. I'll personally be honest. I wouldn't mess with no Asian girl anymore. But yeah, it's. I had my experience, and that's children's mother. Them Thai girl, my baby mother isn't Thai, but you know, I have went out with a Thailand girl before. Are they toxic? No. It depends who you are. It's a headache. I'll tell you that.
And an anchor.
Yeah, they came here
Anywhere,
for
anywhere.
education, right? You can't anyone knows to be exchange student, you can't be poor. You have to have family. You have to have a rich family in order to get sent to the United States for education.
Sir, sir, you don't. Your family don't have it.
Okay, but why are you afraid to say the name of your
Oh,
ancestors?
sir.
Look, my grandpa's name is
Yeah,
Juan. I'm not afraid to say that. So what are your ancestors' names that were slaves, and then you can, you can
Stop
get.
trolling, because now you're just trolling, and I ain't going along with your troll narrative. We're talking about how you just lied about you not being a failed tether. You're tethering
And I told you it's a joke. You want to keep talking about it, or can we move?
because you're a liar. You've already established yourself as a liar, talking about how well off your family is in Thailand. Yeah, I've been
They
well
are.
then. I've been to Thailand. There's cool people out there, but let's not act like they ain't out there slinging coochie from sun up to sundown out
Yeah, red
there.
light district in
I
Thailand.
mean, if those are the places that you go to, I mean, look, Thailand, they got really rich people. The import tax there for cars, foreign cars, is 200%. If you see somebody driving a Benz,
Then why are y'all out there slinging bussy all damn day?
Mm.
Huh? You go to Thailand and there's bussy being slung all damn day. They got about 15, 20 holstros out there. They be up there early morning to the damn break of damn night. So if you got so much money out there, why are you slinging ass all over the
That's
place?
true. Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay, 1.5% of the population is prostitution. Like, I know that's the part that you were
Get
at most of the time. I know your type. I know.
I type nothing. It was all over the place. And I'm not hating on the Thai people. They're very nice people. It wasn't just one part, dude. Stop it. It
That's
wasn't just
true.
one part. Hell, you go downtown Bangkok, nigga. You Bangkok, they slang cock. You understand? The whole city was a damn hoe stroll. When the night falls, come on now.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you should narrate a book, bro, because
I
like,
sit here to big up your joint like we don't know what's going on. No,
hey, how much does rent cost in your little apartment?
dude, how much does KY jelly cost when you out there slinging that thing on the host?
I don't even
Mm.
know what that
Yeah,
is.
yeah. You know what it is. You know how you got over here. You know how you got your green card. You had to do something funny for some honey, didn't you?
I know how you got your citizenship. You had some.
I'm building this nation. That's how I got mine. Not fleeing. That's how I got mine. Standing on lineage business. That's how I got mine. Not like you, Adrian. Oh,
Hey, what age were you when you got off of food stamps?
for food stamps.
Are you still on
Wish
it?
I can get a food stamp. Those are your immigrant family members. Yeah, and you got a Hispanic last name too, so you
Mm.
get double the stamps, double the EBT.
Mm.
All right, you be right at the Varlata getting corn. All
And
right,
it's usually
let me get some more
Philippines.
folks in here. Let me get some more people in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah, you're not gonna sit here. I hate when people try to do the whole "my family is really rich back home." Will y'all stop saying that? The Africans say that.
Facts.
Some of the Asians they say that. Uh, y'all stop saying that. Nobody's buying the whole Prince of Zamunda, the the Emperor of Siam. None of that bullshit. We're not buying that. We're not buying that
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever. All right, y'all raise your hand if you're ready to get on. Raise your hand because we got a lot of people in the house tonight. We up here chilling. Shout out to everybody in here. Shout out to Wani. Everybody give Wani a hand. Brother Arthur in the building. Wani was, I heard a space a couple of days ago. Wani said some shit so funny to me. It was a tether in there, some African dude, and he was saying something to Wani. Wani was roasting him. Wani said some shit so funny. And what's funny about Wani, when she says she be roasting the tethers and she does it with she had the Wani has that real sweet ass voice, and that makes it
Mm-hmm.
even funnier. It
Fact.
was at it. Why you guys over there selling poontang in the woods? On in on him, and he was getting madder and madder. He was talking about all the shit he had going on in Nigeria, some shit. And Wani was like, Wani said, then why are you guys over there selling poontang in the woods?
Hey, yo,
It
shout
was
out to
something like
Wani.
that.
Yo,
She said,
Wani's such a sweet person, man. I think I spoke to her a few times. And she probably won't even remember me, but yeah, I spoke to her a few times. Yo, Wani, shout out to Wani, man. Gorgeous Wani. She's gorgeous.
"Why are they selling poontang in the woods or some shit?" He got mad. Shut up talking to me. Shut up, Wani. God. Oh, them tethers be getting so mad. Wani
Man.
be in there cooking these people. That shit was so funny. The way she said it was damn hilarious. Oh man. Oh goodness. Okay, we got a lot of people in here. We got a lot of people in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Okay. Um, this dude here, this dude keeps trolling. Okay, this guy, this undercover tether, the Iron Mike, you keep trolling some bullshit, trying to compare us to Nazis. Dude, you are on some real lame, goofy shit.
Mm.
Yo, Showtime or whatever. You're
I,
trying about us and trying to make up troll narratives. That's not going to stop our lineage. So what do you think that goal is? What do you think you're trying to do?
well, first of all, I share the same lineage, but
No,
I'm just
no,
interested.
it's something no, because you're not really no, you're not an honest dude. And a lot of folks from our lineage, they're not no disingenuous, dishonest cats like that. So I don't know a lot of dudes who got a problem with our lineage. Either you're from a different lineage or you smashing somebody from a different lineage. And I know you over there in China, you got your nose all up in them Chinese women's asses. Okay, knock yourself out. But the little lame shit you doing is corny. And that's another thing.
Wait a minute.
You
What?
you corny.
I just asked a simple
What I'm saying,
question about the flag.
you corny.
Like you created it,
No,
right?
you're corny. And that's why I'm like, where did you grow up? You didn't grow up in the D, acting like a boy. Where the hell? That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
Where y'all niggas from?
Facts.
My family's from.
I'm straight out the
Mm.
D. Oh, we
Oh,
the same age. We
ain't,
have the
Nah,
but
no,
same.
you're
you
not.
lived in the D. You ain't from there. You act too much like a boy. So you couldn't really
Hey,
move and shake
why you
around.
get so aggressive, man? Hold on. Why you?
No, no, no. I'm not being aggressive. I'm being honest with you. You come across like a nigga, which you've always done. You've always been a boy. But I'm like, don't put your shit on the D. Don't act like you some Detroit nigga. You understand? You a boy. Don't misrepresent. My family's in Detroit, nigga.
you
You don't.
I mean, you don't want to go there. This is D block,
I do
but we not.
go there. I'm there, nigga. I'm all the way there. I'm all the way there. I don't like when niggas act like they're representing a city. You come from some other background, nigga.
Mm.
You do not rep the D whatsoever. You got nigga energy, and
But why are you afraid?
that's tether shit. That's a nigga who's from a different lineage.
Mm.
You understand,
Why are you so afraid to talk about this flag? Like,
dude?
why are you so upset?
That's not afraid. You're just trolling, and it's failing. Why don't you understand your trolling is failing? Huh? Ain't going some way, acting like a bitch ass the way you act. I just wanted to let that be known. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, he's a goofy.
Mm.
Yeah, somebody said he's Chinese mix. Yeah, he's from some other lineage. Reptile. What's that, Mike? All right. All right. Let's get on.
Grandparents enough to know
They,
about it. So
they
what does it matter?
So that's why I said this. I want to explain that this is the reason why, whenever we, like I said, whenever there's an issue with Black Americans, everybody always looks at the negative things about that. That's another reason why, you know what? Whatever happens with ICE and immigration and stuff, that's none of our business. Supporting it, right now, just watching them 2 to 3 videos, I don't think we should support it per se. It's a I'm gonna say this. It's a yes and no about supporting ICE and not supporting ICE. So let's go on to the next video. But it's close of saying like, yeah, let's support, ICE on some like, on some sucker shit. Like, yeah, support that shit. But let's go on to the next one.
Black Americans speaking on their experiences dealing with racism from the Hispanic community. Check it out.
This is what's killing me about black people. They on this social media talking about, oh, now brown people need our help. Oh, hell no, we're not gonna get in it. Who the f asks black people for help in the first place?
She's lying. Y'all was trying to gaslight, talk about some coalition, some black and brown coalition, and you can't lie about that. You can't lie about that. You did say that. I mean, your people did say that. Your people know that they need help. And I get it, man, because this is a serious situation because they're deporting people. You can't be cool as a cucumber while, Donald Trump just signed a $70 billion fucking bill that's saying, like, yo, get these motherfuckers out of here.
We didn't never ask y'all for help. I don't know where y'all getting this shit confused. Go sit down somewhere. At the end of the day, we're Puerto Rican people. We're gonna stick up for our Mexican people. Off
cap. She's lying. She's lying. And you know what? This is why I fuck with Puerto Ricans to a certain extent, because at the end of the day, they're kind of sort of on the same level as Black Americans, where, you know what, we can't get deported. That shit is none of our business. And don't forget the shit that goes on with them and the Dominicans. It's a long history thing that they need to solve. But yeah, don't call no Puerto Rican no Dominican, or don't call no Dominican a Puerto Rican. Yeah, those are fighting words to them.
day. So
I'm gonna say this. I remember one time I called a I called a Puerto Rican a Dominican. I remember I called an ex-girlfriend a Dominican. She sucker punched me in my face. Yeah, she sucker punched me in my face and I tased her. So yeah, and I went like, oh, I took 2 steps to the side. I called her. Did I call her a Dominican? I think I called her Dominican, and she sucker punched. No, I called her a Puerto Rican because she was Dominican, and she sucker punched me, and I tased her after because she was talking shit. And they kicked us off the restaurant. So
yeah, we don't need y'all to stick up for us because we got this. We've been slaves. We've been in the struggle. We know what the we gotta do. We gotta stand up for our Mexican peoples. Even if y'all don't want to, we never ask y'all for help. Never. The out of here. Go sit down somewhere with that bullshit.
Story time. This is why it's important to know Spanish in 2026. So I'm in the gym right behind me, and as I'm doing shoulders, a black woman walks in, and she has this big, huge blonde afro. It's quite noticeable, but it's her style, so I don't really give a damn. So she walks past me, and she sets up her bench next to 2 Latino males. Them not knowing that I understand and speak Spanish, this is what I hear. Oye, primo, mira esa mujer, que fea. Mira esa mujer, que fea. So in front of a black woman's face, you just said, look at that ugly woman. Literally 2 feet from her. So I dropped my damn weights. Because you're not finna talk about a black woman in front of my face like that. I'll go to him, I say, papi, ¿qué le dijiste a esa mujer? He's like, no dije nada. I said, no. Tú dijiste que esa mujer está fea. Te escuché. He's like, no, papi, es que estaba mirando una foto. I said, okay, a ver, let me see the photo. And he's like, ya me voy. Curse these racist Latinos out. Do not be scared.
I already know I'm about to ruffle a few feathers with what I'm about to say, but I could care less. Somebody need to let this shit be known, so maybe we could try to get a change going. Okay, when it comes to Hispanic culture, people, and I do mean the people from Mexico, the people from Puerto Rico, the people from Cuba, the people from Colombia, the people from Guatemala, those people in that race, y'all rude as hell. Yep. Y'all rude. Y'all nasty. Like the older generation Hispanics, not nasty. So this not for everybody. But you younger generation Hispanics, y'all be nasty as hell. Cause number one, y'all be in the stove standing this close trying to hurry up and get y'all shit paid for, and then y'all will cuff on people. Y'all don't be having no damn manners. Y'all know what I dislike? When you be in the store and you literally standing there looking at whatever it is you ready to choose or whatever, and they'll just come walk past you, like smooth walk past you. They do not say excuse me. Why y'all don't like to say excuse me? Why y'all give black people y'all ass to kiss, but then when y'all be around white people, y'all be having y'all head down, yes ma'am, si senor, but then it's like, they the ones on y'all ass.
Facts.
They the ones on y'all ass, but y'all want black people to help y'all fight against Trump and damn ICE, but then y'all give a...
That's the problem. Meet with me too. And not only like Latinos do that, Africans do that same shit. You know what I notice about about foreign people? There's always a specific type of car that they have. If you're like Latinos, you drive an Acura. If you're Asian, you drive a Honda. If you're like African, you drive a Toyota Corolla. And I'm not shitting on nobody, so don't think I'm shitting on nobody. But that's what I've been seeing. So I'm still trying to figure out what black people drive that that a lot of you see a lot of black people with. Probably a Nissan or nah, those are drug dealing cars. Nissan, Maximas or Ultimas, those are drug dealing cars. So that could be Puerto Rican, Dominican. That could be Puerto Rican, Dominican, Black Americans. They like those Nissans. I don't know why. I think it's because they last very long. So yeah, that's probably it.
y'all ass to kiss, but really the race that y'all kissing ass is the ones that's taking y'all ass.
Oh yeah, old school cars. That's what Black Americans like to drive, like Chevys, fucking Oldsmobiles and shit like that. They like them old school cars. Yeah, but yeah, it's super dope. Like yo, like Latinos got their own type of car, like identity car that they do drive. Like they be driving Matt Acuras in Massachusetts. You know, so I think yeah, and I know motherfuckers think I'm talking shit, but nah, it's a it's a common thing. Even with Africans, they like the Toyota Corollas because you could put like 400,000 on them. So yeah.
Now, so I'm gonna be the first one to let y'all know. If y'all want a problem, when you see me out and about, try me. I'm not sparing shit no more. If you walk past me and you don't say excuse me, excuse you, and I'ma say that shit so rude, and I don't care how many of y'all in the damn store together. I promise I don't. Like, get y'all shit together. Y'all be trying to talk about this and talk about that. I seen this Hispanic lady going off on this black lady, and she was 2 words away from calling that lady the N-word, and I just wanted her to say it so quick because I was going to jump in, tag me in.
Yeah.
Tag me in. As soon as she would have tagged me in, I would have said, ice. Ice, ice, baby. Ice. Cause see, y'all be wanting to go back to Africa. How the fuck you gonna tell us to go back somewhere? I don't know a street name in Africa. I don't know none of their counties. I don't even know their zip codes. I don't even know what the phone number start with. Y'all on the other hand, however, y'all don't even speak no English, so you fresh off.
Yeah, niggas think I could go to like Africa and say, hey yo, where Mbutu at, man? Yo, tell them I'm in town. I'm in the country. Tell them hook me up with a fucking job or something. Like niggas be thinking that like I could just go back to Africa and say shit like that. And I'm gonna say this: the white supremacists always talk about fucking IQ, man. That's why that IQ shit pisses me off because a lot of those motherfuckers don't got no good IQ.
Oh, like I said, I knew I was gonna piss a couple people off.
Now let me say this for the people who don't know. These Houston Mexicans are racist.
Yeah.
The Houston Latino people are racist. I'm telling you, listen, I have been dealing with them for over 12, 13 years. You feel what I'm saying? These folks are racist, bro. Anytime you go on a job, their only focal point is going to be the black people. They're not going to tell their people nothing. They're going to let their people pretty much do whatever they want. But they're only going to focus on the things that you do wrong. I go through it all the time. You see what I'm saying? Now, mind you, I only work 2 days from construction jobs to fast food jobs. That's why a lot of teenagers don't have fast food jobs because you got 40, 50, 35-year-old immigrants, illegal, that's working these jobs. Because what they do, they fire all the black people. A Mexican become a manager, they fire all the black people, get them out of there, whether it's paperwork, whether it's through picking with them, whether it's whatever kind of situation, they get them out of there and put their people in there. Every single time. But it's not that they do that, it's the way they do it. You hear me? They can't rise up without shitting on the American black person or the black person, period. They can't rise up without doing that. If you know anything about working with a Mexican, they always telling so they could get a position, so they could get a spot. And that's not the way to do it. They always discriminating on who? Us, every time. It's no other group they attack like this. Never. And if you from Houston, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, FBAs, they drive Audi. Yeah, maybe an Audi. Tesla, I don't know. I think that's more of a like a nerdy white boy shit. I think Teslas are the most ugliest fucking cars ever. My uncle always talks about, yo, I want to buy a Tesla because he's a big fan of Elon Musk. You know, because I guess my uncle read his book and picked his brain by reading his books. But yeah, I think Elon Musk is a fucking weirdo. I think he probably he's autistic. He has to be a little bit autistic, you know. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just you can just tell, you know, he got some type of problems. You know, yeah, shit happens.
I realize that like a lot of y'all be low key racist because why do y'all like start saying Went likes black girls or he probably left you for a black girl? You always want to bring up how masculine or how manly she is, or you want to compare her to like a man, compare her to something barbaric. Or you always want to bring up how, but my hair is real. And that like you always want to shit on her in a racist way. And then you gotta be like, I'm not racist. I only feel like that towards her. Like you always want to try to deny her femininity and stuff like that. Try to just make it seem like if you're better than her for like the most racist reasons. Not because of the character, not because you think my face is prettier than hers and it really be true. But y'all just think that you're prettier than her because you're a different race. If you really want to be technical, you cannot even hold a candle to that woman. But let you tell it just because you're not black, you're automatically prettier than her. So I'm just kind of like, that's a little strange.
Yeah, that is strange.
A little weird.
Can we just discuss the hidden animosity the Latino community has with the black people, bro? Because to be completely honest, my nigga, you would think that being minorities would band us together. But the essays down in San Diego still acting like the Jim Crow laws are still in effect, my nigga. Like, chill. The shit was getting so OD, I damn near ran the ones with one, my nigga. All because this nigga want to poke his head into some shit he had no business being in, and bro genuinely believing that he was saving somebody from an aggressive black man. Huh? So with that being said, lock in. Don't even peep game, just lock the fuck in. So a couple of years ago, I used to date this one Latina chick, right? And one day, me and her got into a little argument, right? Now, mind you, during this time, we were in San Diego, California, right? She is from San Diego. I was just in a military station in San Diego. So I lived on a military base, but she lived in the city. So with that being said, whenever we would get in an argument, bro, I would just take her home because I'm not dealing with that bullshit. So when I take her back to the pad, the situation just completely blows out of proportion. It went from this little baby ass argument to this whole like bullshit, right? And because of that, it went from just like a normal argument to yelling, and then she started screaming and some more shit, right? And to keep it real, it got so loud to the point where neighbors were hearing that shit. Like people around could hear it. Now, while all of that is happening, there is one neighbor in particular that decides to start getting active, right? Now, this neighbor in question, for one, does not live at the complex. And on top of him not living in the complex, in the apartment complex, bro only knows Spanish. And we're having an argument and conversation in English. So he does not know a word that is being said right now. So bro decides to step out of his crib, or to be more real, whoever's crib he was in at the time, and butt into our conversation, right? And in the middle of our conversation, he's just gonna start yapping to her in Spanish. And he immediately tells me to back up on some aggressive shit. To be honest, this should have been the end of the yap section, my nigga, because I should have just snuck his ass and made him go night-night. But during this time, I was in the military, so I was not trying to catch no civilian court case.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm not trying to hear your story though.
And you know what I'm saying, do y'all thing where y'all be at. You know what I'm saying? There's neighborhoods where you don't have to be around us. You don't.
This is the thing, Shabaka, and this is my concern about you. We're hearing these stories right now that what Black Americans are having with certain people. If you want, I'm gonna tell you this: if you do want unity, you have to fix that because you the one who want unity. Most Black people just wants to be left the fuck alone. You know, We just want to be left the fuck alone and like handle our own shit. We don't want to get. Do you think? Let's personally be honest, Shabaka. Do you think Black Americans really want to get caught up in some stupid shit with y'all and stuff like that, and dealing with like with hate crimes and shit like that and arguments? No, we don't want to be caught up in that bullshit. We just, like I said, we just want to be left alone. You know, and I'm gonna say this: I don't see no problem with that. If a person wants to be left alone, let them be left alone. You know.
Don't have to come around us. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not forcefully putting ourselves around y'all like that, truth be told. But y'all willingly put yourselves around us and then turn around and tell us that you don't like us.
Thanks.
When everybody else is not around. If it's not a bunch of us together, you wait till we consolidated and then sit there and try to hate against us one at a time. Gang up on people one at a time. Y'all like to jump, basically. The Latinos don't like us because everything is tracing back to us. Everything that has ever happened throughout the history of time has happened because of us. Y'all do the research. Y'all been doing the research your whole lives. But they starting to turn their backs on us for real now. Like, I actually sat there and told the people that I was working with that I had kids at home, and they destroyed everything that I had going on. Everything that I had going on. They destroyed everything that I had going on, bro. Everything. And I was coming up, you know what I'm saying, the right way. I'm got 2 kids. This is my first 2 children. I'm trying to stay out of the trouble. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to come up the right way, you know what I'm saying, and work. You know what I'm saying? Work a job, find a better job, work that job, find a better job, work that job, and just duke it out. You know what I'm saying? But
that's dope.
When I tell y'all these Latinos they really got it out for us. These Latinos, these Mexicans got it out for us for real, man. They got it out for us bad, bro. And they don't.
That's why I told you, Shabaka. Like you say, you're a Pan African, Shabaka. You're a Pan African. Why aren't you? Let me tell you something. You say you're a leader. Let's play hypotheticals. You say you're a leader. Why aren't you fixing these tensions? Like, why aren't you fixing these tensions? Yo, you on my show every day. You're on my show at least 90% of the time, Shabaka. Why aren't you telling us all the great things that you are doing? You know, that's, like I said, that's my concern with you. You always talk about what Black Americans are not doing. What are you doing right now? Like, why aren't you talking to these people? You know what? And this is why I always tell you, Shabaka. You know, I would watch your show. I watch everybody's show. Y'all might not think I be watching. I be watching. You know, I watch everything. You know, and at the end of the day, it's just the support. I might not say anything because y'all have good content and I just want to listen. Like, oh, whoa. Let this man get busy and stuff like that, you know. But and I know some of y'all just like, yo, jump on, you know, say something, you know, whoop, 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 whoop. Like there'll be a day I'm just gonna just jump on your show. I'm like, oh, yo, you know, woo, 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 woo. Shout out to everybody, you know, shout out to the family and stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm saying this, Shabaka. Why aren't you policing these people as like I've been telling you? Why aren't you trying to fix the tension? Like, you know, there's tension there. You know, I know that there's tension. Like, why aren't you fixing that? You know? I feel like, yo, you want everybody to do everything else, but at the end of the day, you're not trying to fix what the hell is going on in that situation.
Don't even have a reason to have it out for us. They the ones started this shit. And it's all with that fucking protest shit that made the protest is what really just sparked it. The protest really just brought y'all real true colors out.
Yeah.
Truth be told. Cause for one grown ass person, especially a woman, to turn around and try to ruin the lives of several people and try to blame it on them wanting to let their family work. What is the point? Okay, okay. This is part 2 to what I was telling y'all before. Now, mind y'all, like I said before, the new manager brought back everybody that my manager had got rid of. Because they were either stealing money, trying to get her in trouble, going against her word, sitting there saying that whenever they sit there and she asks them to do something, they'll sit there and tell them that she's not doing it. Yes, they'll sit there and tell you they're not doing nothing. They're not going to do what the fuck they want. What you tell them to do at a job that they wanted to work at.
It's crazy.
Now, mind you, everybody that they brought back to their store, after they turned around and laid me off for complaining about them.
Shabaka, Latinos are African too. Latinos have, I think they're white Hispanics, but you have told me in the past that they have African origin. I do believe that they do have African origin, but I think they lean more to the white Hispanic side. I think they're more Hispanic than African because the Africans and the indigenous were genocide. You know, they were violated and they had they have genetic cleansing, if it makes sense to you what I'm saying. You know, so again, I think they lean more to the white Hispanic, and not all of them, but most of them do. As collectively, they do. You know, and there's nothing wrong with it. At the end of the day, if that's your culture, that's your culture. I would never try to tell somebody, "Oh, yo, why you doing?" Nah, nigga, that's your culture. You know, don't ever be embarrassed of your culture. You know, but what this man is telling you is a cultural thing. You know,
Taking away my hours after I had just got promoted.
European, etc. Racist behaviors are mainly covert actions, activities that are hidden or concealed, or overt actions, activities that are open, more in your face. Years ago, as I was on my journey of learning Spanish language,
Shabaka, this is the thing. This is my issue with you. You always talk about unity, but we tried the unity. It just doesn't work. I think, and this is what I'm gonna say now. I think a lot of people need space. I think a lot of cultures need space. I don't think we don't need to be in everybody. I don't think everybody needs a bit. No, Shabak, I'm not dropping this fucking link again. I had enough of you. I'm gonna be personally honest today. You did a good job, but I think I had enough of you. And this is just for today. Monday, I'll definitely let you get on, and I'll drop the link. I'll let you get on the show and I'll drop the link. But today, I think today you did a great job. You know, you didn't answer no questions. Shabaka should have a channel. The way how he be talking, he should have a channel. But yeah, I'm gonna be personally honest, Shabaka. That concerns me. You know, we already tried the unity. We tried the unity for 50 to 60 years. What happened with us is we got pushed out of our community, and we also have gotten attacked when we were undernumbered. So I don't think that's the most proper thing to do.
Used to watch several Spanish TV programs such as Sábado Gigante, Despierta America, 12 Corazones, and Primera Impacto, etc. While watching these shows through the years, I began to notice that these shows rarely, or if at all, had Afro-Latin people on the shows as host of shows or news anchors. That's when I started looking into the history of Latin American countries. On this Mahogany Culture and Travel channel, I have done a video about the history of Black people in Mexico that you can look at, that speaks further on the ancient history of Afro-Mexicans. Since the 1910 Mexican Revolution, people of African descent in Mexico were largely excluded from official documentation and national identity. In Mexico, there is a popular expression of mejorar la raza, a phrase that is used in Latin American countries, which means improve the race. It implies that you should marry or have children with a whiter person so you'll have better-looking kids. La raza has historically been used to refer to the mixed-race populations, primarily, though not always exclusively in the Western Hemisphere. For over a century, Mexico maintained a racial ideology known as mestizaje, which promoted the idea of a mixed-race national identity that primarily included indigenous and Spanish ancestry. This ideology effectively erased the presence and contributions of Afro-Mexicans from the country's history and identity. It was not until 2015 that Mexico officially recognized Black Mexicans as citizens of Mexico in a national census,
It's bad,
acknowledging
man.
them as citizens with distinct Afro-descendant heritage.
It's fucking
This was a
sad, man.
significant milestone, as it allowed for Afro-Mexicans to be counted in demographic data, leading to a greater push for their rights and inclusion in national policies. However, racism and colorism remain major issues across Latin America, including in Mexico, Brazil, Honduras, Venezuela, and other countries.
It's fucking crazy.
Many Latin American nations have deeply ingrained anti-Black biases due to their colonial histories, where African enslavement was brought in to work on plantations, mines, and other labor-intensive industries. Despite the abolition of slavery in the 19th century, racial hierarchies persisted, favoring lighter-skinned individuals and reinforcing discrimination against those of African descent. In many Latin...
Well, Shabaka, you say you want to organize with your Black family. You got to understand this, Shabaka. The things that you have said and done on this show, I don't think it would ever be any unity. You know, there would never be no type of organization because you're very disrespectful, especially the Black Americans. Like, we can't be our own type of people because you want to control how how we really feel about certain things, Shabaka. And I think that's gonna fuck your movement up. I personally think so. And the best thing you should have done is befriend with foundational Black Americans, especially what's going on now. You know, you know what? I want to do something different. Give me a second.
Black Americans react...
I want to do something different. O'Shea said some crazy shit, and I'm gonna take one of those off because I want to hear him what he said about Dr. Umar. You know, give me a second. Where is it? Yo, I heard this shit he did. Give me a second, everybody. She. Yeah, this one right here.
Dr. Umar really sounds like he believes that Tariq Nasheed is right. A few weeks ago, there was a Netflix roast of Kevin Hart. And of course, there were some white comedians like Shane Gillis, and they said some very, very hurtful, very disrespectful things towards Kevin Hart. Things that you would have never seen in years past towards a Black comedian in a celebrity roast. It was really, really, really off the wall. And so Dr. Umar Johnson decided to go to the art of dialogue and to really respond to what happened on the Netflix celebrity roast. But before really getting into those roasts, he started to describe in his own way the current climate that we're in as Black people in the country.
Art, we are not on our way back to Jim Crow. We are not almost back in Jim Crow. Art, we are in Jim Crow. The president don't give a damn about Black people. The Supreme Court don't give a damn about Black people. The U.S. Congress don't give a damn about Black people, brother. We are on our own. And I'm telling every Black freedman in this country.
But the next thing that he said to me was very, very interesting.
And for our Black African and Black Caribbean immigrants who want to stand with us, but you must pick a side. If you're not with us, just let us know that. No harm, no foul. But we need to know where all of our African immigrant brothers stand.
You heard what he just said? I think this is very important what he just said. Listen.
We are not
in the current climate that we're in as black people in the country.
Art, we are not on our way back to Jim Crow. We are not almost back in Jim Crow. Art, we are in Jim Crow. The president don't give a damn about black people. The Supreme Court don't give a damn about black people. The U.S. Congress don't give a damn about black people, brother. We are on our own. And I'm telling every black freedman in this country.
But the next thing that he said to me was very, very interesting.
And for our black African and black Caribbean immigrants who want to stand with us, but you must pick a side. If you're not with us, just let us know that. No harm, no foul. But we need to know where all of our African immigrant brothers stand. We need to know where all black people in America stand.
Now, this was very interesting, at least for me personally, because as we know, Dr. Umar Johnson doesn't believe in hashtag FBA, hashtag ADOS. He agrees with reparations, not so much with delineation, but there are certain core beliefs. He would absolutely share those same beliefs with Yvette Carnell or with Tariq Nasheed. But the most interesting thing that happened here was that he specifically called out the Caribbeans and black Africans saying, listen, you guys got to be on code, because if you guys are not on code, you need to let us know, no hard feelings, but you got to let us know if you're with us. Now, I thought this was very telling, especially from a person like Dr. Umar Johnson, who goes around the world and says stuff like this.
The Chinese ain't our friend. The Arab ain't our friend. The Jew is not our friend. The Anglo-Saxon is not our friend. Nobody is the friend of the African. Sure. But we don't need no friends, because we got our ancestors. Sure. We got the Most High, and we got each other. That's all we need.
Now, with the freedmen or FBA or black Americans, obviously, it wasn't much of a push for this, but it was with the African community. So Dr. Umar Johnson understands, or at least believes, that a significant part of the African community has their own desires that are different from black Americans. And it was so different that he addressed it on the Art of Dialogue, even though he doesn't like terminology such as delineation. He believes
But Shabaka, how many times I said what Dr. Umar said? Yeah, that's your buddy O'Shea. Shabaka, how many times I said what Dr. Umar said? How many times I told him, yo, y'all are gonna have to pick a side. I've been said that, Shabaka. And you know what? You said that, no, it's because of you, Aroshlin. You start calling Africans African booty scratchers and telling niggas they live in mud huts and they eat zebra knuckles and shit. That's what you said. That's what you said to me. Now all of a sudden this fake ass Pan-African says something, this hamburger eating motherfucker says something, and you 100% agree with him. This is why I always call you a fucking liar. You're a sucker. You're the biggest sucker I ever spoke to, Shabaka. And this is why I call you that, because I've been said that shit. I've been said that. But you know what? You always give me grief. Let's carry on, everybody.
that a lot of the separatism is divisive and is stupid, but he does realize that there is an issue. And this is the fundamental crack here in the Pan-African community. One of my criticisms is that the thought leaders like Dr. Umar Johnson, they don't have any way of some integration layer between Africans in America or in the West and black Americans to integrate and do stuff that benefits both parties. It's only when we need you to be on code. So imagine you asking somebody from Nigeria, somebody from Ghana to, hey, you need to be on code with us. And then the person from Nigeria or Ghana believes, what are you talking about? Like, I don't even interact with you. And I'm not saying that everybody thinks like that, but What's the incentive to them? In their mind, they believe that I've come to America, I've worked hard, Black Americans did not help me, so I have no incentive to help them. This is not how everybody feels, but certainly you have some that feel like that. This also could be true of me coming to Uganda. I could say, I don't know Ugandans. I'm here because of what I've done. But the reality is that I'm here because Ugandans developed the country enough to where I could have a staff, to where I could have certain internet and things like that. So the infrastructure is developed enough, even if I may feel like I did everything myself. The reality is that there is no real incentive laid down. So Africans and Caribbeans have different interests than Black Americans. And then when you look at this as a larger piece of the pie, this explains the problems that you see in South Africa. What you see in South Africa is the same thing that Dr. Umar Johnson is describing in Black America. Whereas, hey, listen, let us know if you're on.
This is the sucker shit I'm telling you about, Shabaka. You're a sucker because I said all of this shit. I've been said what Dr. Umar was saying. You call me xenophobic. You call me xenophobic because I said what Dr. Umar said. You gotta explain that. You have to explain that because I already said that shit. I said that a year ago. You call me xenophobic because I said, yo, they're not trying to work with us. I said that today. Immigrants is not trying to work with Black Americans. Only time they want to work with us is when they're benefiting off of it. I said, should we help with ICE? Should we support them at ICE? I've been said that, and you know what you said? You're xenophobic, Oroshalan. You're foul. You always got some ignorant to say about Africans and Latinos and Asians. You tell me I say everything bad about everybody. But you got to understand, I'm the biggest supporter of Africans, Latinos, Asians. I'm the one that tell their culture because you know what? Y'all try to erase their culture. I'm the one that said that there's African culture in Latin countries. I'm the one that say like, yo, African culture has this unique thing where you know what? I don't think it can be duplicated again. I'm the one that said, yo, you know what? Asian has a certain culture where you know what people can relate to. I'm the only one that says that. But you said, oh, you're divisive, you're xenophobic. I'm the one that supports those culture. I just tell you, I'm not helping them with their crisis. That's all I say. I'm not helping nobody with their crisis. I'm not a fucking humanitarian. I'm not helping nobody. If ICE get them, I'm walking the other way. It's just plain and simple. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm on my business. I didn't know Flavor Flav was a Trinidad.
Told, if you not, speak up. That means he believes that a lot of Africans and a lot of Caribbeans are not on code with Black Americans. The same thing very likely is said about Black migrants. You're not on code with Black South Africans. You're here for yourself. Now, the question is, how do you try to talk down on these delineation movements of hashtag ADOS or hashtag FBA? Because when you're talking about your own group, it's easier to police them into a certain way of thinking because, hey, we have slavery, we have reparations, things affect us in our community. Now, when you try to attach flat blackness and just say all blackness goes through the same thing, well, that's not necessarily true. Nigerians have experienced.
I know Shabaka don't talk bad about Latinos. You do be active, and you're Puerto Rican. You said foul shit about Latinos. When I was telling them about the African culture of Latin culture, you were the ones that had an attitude with it. You're the one who had a problem with it. When I tell you there is a colorism problem there, you told me I was lying and I had to show you facts. I had to bring out the receipts. I brought out the receipts and I showed you. You still didn't believe it. I'm not saying it's not fixable. I said, yo, this is something y'all need to fix. What the fuck am I saying? The thing, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you the situation that I have with you and Shabaka. When I say something, you take it as a bad thing. But when you hear Dr. Umar or somebody else say the same thing that I say, oh yeah, I 100% agree with them. What is the difference between me saying it and somebody else like Dr. Umar, whoever says it? This is what your people are saying. I'm not saying this, be active. I'm not saying this, Shabaka. Your peoples are saying that. I'm saying what your peoples are telling me. I'm showing you the videos and I'm showing you the receipts, what your peoples are saying. I'm not saying this. That's the problem with you, be active. Definitely. That's a big problem with you. Like, only time you want to be black or only time you want to be African is when you can benefit off of it, be active. Other than that, you walking around here acting like a white Hispanic. Like, come on, let's not do that. Then you want, oh, look at my DNA, and I don't give a fuck about your DNA, nigga. I'm gonna be personally honest. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me. You's a white Hispanic.
Experience something different than Ugandans, and Ugandans have experienced something different than Ghanaians, and see, Ghanaians have experienced something different than Black Americans. And so when we try to make Africans get on code, I'm not saying they're being disrespectful, but sometimes not understanding what the code is because they have never experienced it. It's just like me. Ugandans ask me to get on code with them against something that they want to do. And for me, that hasn't stopped me. And I don't understand what that is. So I'm reluctant to get on code. I'm not saying that Africans don't understand the plight of Black Americans. I'm just using it as an example. This furthermore proves the point that when you have guys who are thought leaders like Dr. Umar Johnson, who never understand what value is, they can never speak for the sides of Black Americans or Africans, because Dr. Umar himself is a hedonist. He only sees things that make him feel good. You know, he's not a person that sacrifices on the behalf of others. So if it doesn't benefit him, then he's not interested. But in order for the Pan-African world to really have a progress, you have to be interested in what the other side is getting. Like, for example, me being a Black American living in Uganda, I cannot be here and have any level of success if I have not fundamentally thought about the Ugandans in which I come in contact with. How do they feel after interacting with me? What do I do for them when I want to work with them? What are my plans? You see, if I don't fundamentally ask those questions, then I'm not going to be ever able to get anything from them. I may be able to get a laugh or a joke or a smile just being fake, but nothing tangible or real world will ever come out of that situation, because I'm only asking to get on code because I told you to, because something's going to happen to us in the Black world, and that person may or may not understand it, versus saying that, hey, this is what I want to do for you, and this is how your community can benefit from it. And largely what this proves from Dr. Umar Johnson is that Caribbeans and Blacks feel that they do not need Black Americans. I'm not saying all of them, but a significant portion of them feel that they do not need Black Americans. I don't know if that portion is 70%. I don't know if it's 20%, but 20% for me is significant enough. Okay, we already know how Somalis are always, kind of sort of independent, Eritreans, Ethiopians. So we already understand that. It's hard for me to want to work with you if I feel like you don't have anything to offer. If African migrants feel like Black Americans don't have any.
Be active. I'm not surprised you got a white baby mother. I'm not surprised. And it's just because how you talk. Oh, that's Dorsey. No, that's not surprising, Dorsey. Dorsey, I forgot, you like German women. Yeah, I thought that was be active that say that. Dorsey, yeah, I know Dorsey got a white baby mother. He like them Germans. He like them. Let me tell you who you remind me of, Dorsey. Marquette. Marquette, like them German, Ukrainian type of women. You know, I don't know why. I'm not attracted to those type of women. But I understand why people are attracted to them. Some can look like models, and some look like they've been fighting for years. So yeah, I understand why you like them German. Don't get me wrong, I like foreign women, but I'm not a big fan of Germans. You know what? I'm gonna play this last video right here. I think this is gonna Tariq Nasheed's gonna break this down for what we've been talking about. And I'm gonna give y'all my answer of should I would give you my theory if Black Americans or foundational Black Americans should support ICE or immigrants. I'm gonna give you my choice. I'm gonna give you my answer after this.
Understand this anti-black hatred that we see. Why is there such anti-black hatred? Why are these people so celebratory when they get to ambush one of our children and then let the ambusher go off free? Why are people giving so much money to Chud the Builder because he ambushed a black person? I think that confuses a lot of people. The depths of the anti-black racism that confuses a lot of us. Like, man, what did we do? You didn't do anything. That's the whole thing. Black folks, y'all get tricked into believing, well, if you just did this better, if you just didn't do that, if you just did this, that ain't it. Listen, our brother Carmelo Anthony, this is an honor student, ladies and gentlemen. This is a cookie cutter kid, man. A great poster child for a good kid. Everything about this kid is phenomenal. And he defended himself from a damn degenerate. But they're still criminalizing him. I want y'all to understand something, where this anti-black hatred, what it's really, really about. And Dr. Welsing broke down some of it. She broke down how the fear of genetic annihilation makes us a perpetual target. You understand? You got to understand also the fundamental math of global demographics. As our queen mother, Dr. Welsing, broke down, the white supremacists, they represent a tiny minority in the global population. And because their genetic traits are recessive, and we have dominant traits in genetics, the melanin, and the white supremacist numbers are dwindling, the black man has the biological potential to genetically annihilate all of them simply through reproduction. And that creates a deep-seated subconscious survival level panic. So the system has an obsession with suppressing, criminalizing, and destroying the black male. It's not just about hate, but according to Dr. Welsing, that's a psychological defense mechanism and a profound fear of their own genetic annihilation and extinction. It's deep. Y'all really, really need to read our sister's book, The ISIS Papers. Boy, that will give you such an understanding of racism. Y'all need to go to Amazon.
So, what Tariq Nasheed is saying right now, the anti-black hatred comes from, and I'm not talking to just about Black Americans. I'm just talking about in general. Um, it comes from an offspring genocide because they think, okay, you know what? If I have this black blood, I'm gonna kill off the race, not knowing that white people already has black blood. You know, it's very weird to me, and it's concerning because I feel like this white supremacists is fighting a war within themselves. I don't think they're really fighting Black Americans. They're fighting a war within themselves. They're fighting the things that they love, you know, and a lot of people are, and a lot of people do, and I, like I said, it's just a thing that they're gonna have to figure out themselves. It's that personally, a lot of this shit doesn't have to. I'm gonna be personally honest. Even the Indians, people from India. They have this anti-hate thing too, because I think they're more racist than white people, white and Chinese. Um, I don't think all Asians like that. It's mostly Chinese people. When you go to their country, that's why if you haven't noticed, a lot of them and the Koreans shoot black people. I personally don't fuck with them. I personally stayed away from them. I always stayed away from them. I don't support them. Like even when I used to go to the Chinese restaurants and stuff, when they see me, I was like, "Oh, yo, let me get some duck." They'll give me like the smallest duck. But when I have my boy call in and stuff, and they know he's white, they'll give him a big ass piece of duck. And when I say the name, the lady act like she don't want to give me the fucking bag. And it's like I've been dealing with that shit most of my life. Are there some cool Chinese people? Absolutely. Not all of them like that. I would never tell people, all of them are like that, but there's enough of them to say, like, hold on, let me see what this person is doing. There's even black people like that. You got to be like, yo, I got to see what this person is on, because he might be on some nigga shit. You know, it's. But the thing about it, one thing about Black Americans, they're very giving people. Like they'll tell you to come to the cookout. They might not like you and tell you to come to the fucking cookout. Get some food. Motherfuckers joking around with you. Drink this Hennessy. The whole 9 yards. You know, unlike going to certain people's cookouts and you feel the energy. Like I feel like I'm not supposed to be here. I have been to parties like that, and I just got the hell out of there. I was like, yeah, that's my cue. I'm out of here. My German wife and I came out in the moment when we first met. We had a tent. We fucked in that for 12 hours. And we got a. I know Dorsey. Can I tell you how I met at a brothel? I don't know. I don't know how you met your German wife, man. Germans are some freaks. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't marry a German. I'll tell you that, Dorsey. I wouldn't marry a German. They do some freaky shit, man. I remember when I first started doing reaction videos of like adult entertainment. Um, One of my buddies, he's like, "Yo, you should do a reaction on some German stuff," and I looked it up. I was like, "Fuck no." I won't do this shit in a million years. There'll be like one thick girl with like eight fucking eight fucking white boys that look like they lived in Appalachian Mountains. Some big ass white boy peeing on a girl, just jizzing on her face. It was fucking disturbing. And I'm talking about there's all six of them, and they still fucking ramming her. Her fucking coochie's that swollen like that. You be like, yo, what the fuck is going on? And they must have been on some type of coke or something, because them motherfuckers was fucking her for like probably like 6-7 hours. And I was like, yo, I can't watch all of this. I watched like probably 10 minutes of it. I was like, yo, this is too much. I can't watch this. I couldn't even, it was so bad that I couldn't do a reaction video, and there was a guy who would have paid me to do a reaction video for it. He was like, "Yo, I'll pay you 150." I was like, "Bro, this is too much. This is like 6 hours." He said, "Oh, yo, you could break it down." I was like, "Bro, it's not worth no $150." And it was a guy from Dubai. So like, and shout out to my adult entertainment audience who be watching the reactions and stuff and be paying me for it. Thank you for the cash apps and all that other cool stuff. It's just too much, man. That German stuff is just too much, and it's disturbing to me. If you tell me to do like a Queen Rogue one, and she's doing like what? She's doing like a gangbang and stuff, because she looked like she's into it. This other one, it looked like a fucking. It was bad. The German stuff is pretty bad. because of divide, conquer, and control. No, be active. The thing about it, I want to say this. As Dr. Umar says, since you don't listen to me, Dr. Umar saying that, yo, Black Americans has always been on your sides. It's just when it comes to our situations and our current events, you have an issue of being on our side. You usually go to the white supremacist side. So at the end of the day, be active. You can't use that anymore. You can't use that FBA. Let me tell you something. The FBA lineage, or even coining the word FBA came from your disrespect, your degeneracy, your biasness towards Black Americans. And at the end of the day, this is why a lot of the stuff is divided, you know? And I'm not saying not all the immigrants, but it was a lot of y'all. You came in there with that white supremacist ideology, and this is what happened. It was it was even a white ideology. It was a white supremacist. It was a hateful ideology that you had. And I can't defend that. I personally can't defend it. Because at the end of the day, you brought that shit on yourself. Be active, and the thing about it, you came on my show like this. This is why you don't call me brother, because I told you don't call me brother. It offends me. I even tell Shabaka all the time, don't call me brother. First of all, he don't give no donation. You don't give donations either, so don't ever call me no brother. My brother is not broke. You know, and I'm not talking about blood rate. I'm talking about like people I fuck with. You call me brother and you broke and you're not giving no donations. I'm good. Don't call me brother. That offends me. You know? And I'm gonna tell you this. The best advice I ever got, one of the best advice I ever got was people aren't loyal to you. People are loyal of what you can give them. It has always been like that. There's no such thing as people are just loyal to you because they love you. No, they're loyal because they can benefit off of it. That's it. They're loyal to keep you around. If they can't benefit off of it, they're not gonna be loyal to it. This is why, as me, I always have been honest with you, be active. I've been honest with you fully ever since I met you. And I told you, I was like, be active. This unity shit that you talk about, it's not gonna work. And I've been telling you for 7 months that is not gonna work, because at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna be like, oh yo, there's gonna be a black and brown coalition 2.0. Absolutely not. Let me tell you something. Black Americans is the tide of most of y'all motherfuckers. Are there some riders? Yes, there are some riders, but there's not a lot of y'all. When Fat Joe was saying all that crazy shit about Black Americans, calling us broke niggas and shit like that, and the man identified as a white boy, we had a problem with that. And you know what? We didn't see your community out here saying like, "Yo, Fat Joe's wrong for that." No matter how they felt about us or how they feel about the situation, Fat Joe should have never done that. Y'all drew the lines. Black Americans didn't drew the lines. Black Americans didn't even say, yo, where do y'all stand at? People started saying, where did you stand at, when Fat Joe started going to these black people, not even black people, these Caribbean people's places. They told Jadakiss, yo, where do you stand at? You're a black American. You're hearing this man talk crazy about black Americans, and you know his history with racism. You know his history. Everybody knows Fat Joe's history with racism. Big Pun always loved black people. And Big Pun was Puerto Rican, even though I think Big Pun, and I know a lot of y'all, Bacata. Nah, it wasn't Bacata. I know what you're trying to say. The little like blow bang. Nah, it was some other shit. It was like worse than a gang bang. It was some other shit. Bitches was getting peed on, and the bitches had their mouth open, and they had some African bitches in the German place. You know they were African too, but and they were fine too until they got peed on, and I was like, yo, that shit's disgusting. Yeah, it was disturbing. Dorsey, I know you're gonna look it up. He was like, yo, what the fuck is this guy looking at? It was yeah, man. I tell you this: a lot of these Arab type of people, they like my content of the adult entertainment stuff, and they always tell me, "Oh, yo, can you react to this? Can you?" And I haven't reacted to a lot of this stuff in 8 months. You know, I'm gonna be personally honest. I haven't done an adult reaction video within 8 months. So I know they're watching all of that. I didn't even look at my views yet on the P Hub, and that shit is like 20,000 to 40,000 views, and it's because I haven't done content. I haven't done reaction videos to it. And I always pick my homegirl. What's her name? Queen Rogue. She's this Puerto Rican thick chick. She's like 50 years old and stuff. She's like, yeah, man, put them babies in me. She be wild. And shout out to Queen Rogue. Definitely go look at her content. She be getting busy out there. Puerto Rican queen. One of them Puerto Rican queens out there. Yeah. She be getting busy on adult entertainment stuff. So yeah. The FBA's is a joke. How many times have your white wife call you a nigga for? Like, see, Shabaka, and this is why I always tell you there's no unity. Look what Shabaka says. You know, this is why I always tell you Shabaka is anti-black. You always, and I'm gonna put your shit up there. This is the type of shit. This is why I say, yo, Shabaka, don't ever talk about unity. Put it this way, Shabaka. If you ever talk about unity on my page again, I'm gonna I'm gonna time you out for the next 2 weeks. Anytime you talk about unity, anytime you put unity, I'm gonna time out. I'm gonna put you in timeout. I'm not even giving you time. I'm not even gonna drop the link for you for 2 weeks. If you do it, I'm telling you, I'm gonna put you in timeout. And the reason why I have to do it because I'm in a bad mood right now with you. You know, because you're doing shit backwards. And I'm gonna tell you something. The reason why, and also too, if you're supposed to support Pan Africanism, you should supposed to be talking about unity. You should not be trying to break people down because this man had a German or a white wife. I personally would have never married a white woman, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna knock nobody else from marrying a white, Asian, Latino, African, Indian. I'm not gonna knock nobody for that shit. And I feel like, yo, it's fucked up. You know, be active. If I did tell you something, you're gonna tell me they're Black Americans because you see foundational Black American as a group, not a lineage. So you know what? I'm not gonna answer your question. I'm gonna be personally honest. Be active. You're a waste of time. And I'm saying that out of the kindness of my heart. So please stop asking stupid questions, knowing that you're gonna move the goalposts. I'm just being honest with you, and I'm being very nice about it. FB agents tries to no, Shabaka, y'all did that yourself. But why are you mad? I'm not mad. Shabaka is just it's irritating when I'm answering the man's questions. But he'll move the goalposts. So it got so bad with Shabaka where he think he knows more than me because he think he was a civil rights activist and he acts like he don't know what's going on. He acts like he don't know how this shit started. There's a reason why a lot of these let me tell you something. Niggas is just don't just wake up in the morning and be like, yo, I want to attack some immigrants. No, it has never been like that. Black Americans are the most giving people ever in the last fucking 100 years. We're the most giving. We're the most forgiving people. Forgiving and giving. And the thing about it is just y'all take advantage of that. So now I per even myself, I don't want to be in no coalition with you. I don't want to be in no unity fucking organizations with you because you know what? A lot of y'all are full of shit. Y'all are very entitled. And at the end of the day, y'all don't support black Americans. And most of y'all are anti-black. Most of your culture is anti-black. I'm just being personally honest. And I feel bad for the Afro Latinas and the Afro Latinos because at the end of the day, they get the short end of the stick. You know, they have to, and I'm gonna say this. They have to deal with y'all bullshit with black Americans because of y'all. It wasn't because of the Afro Latinos. Did some of them cause that? Yeah, some of them caused it, but at the end of the day, it was mostly y'all white Hispanics. You know, black Americans love Afro Latinos and Afro Latinas. We always had, and to this day, to me, I never will lose no love for no Afro Latino or Afro Latina because at the end of the day, I know how hard it is just to even deal with y'all. You know, so like I said, I get it.
Amazon and get Dr. Welsing's book. The ISIS papers, man, it really opens your eyes. Understand another thing too. We as black Americans, especially foundational black Americans, we are a daily reminder of the unpaid debt that they owe. The dominant white tea society, they know exactly what it took to build this global empire. It was built on stolen labor and ingenuity, blood, sweat, and tears of foundational black Americans. We, ladies and gentlemen, we are the living receipts that remind them of this every damn day. See, we're not like the red natives. The red natives were basically decimated to the most part. You don't see them. You understand? They were relegated to little reservations here, or they were absorbed into other racial demographics. They were absorbed into white tea society. They were absorbed into Hispanic society. Many of them were absorbed back into black society because many of them were black Aboriginal anyway. But you don't see red natives. You don't see the Siberia. You don't see them. You don't really see them like that. So they're out of sight. You got to go somewhere to see them. You got to go see the Siberian natives. That's what I call them. You understand? So they're not a daily reminder. You're not reminded of what happened to them because you don't see them. You see us, we're everywhere. We are this culture. We're right here. We're in the cities, the culture, we're in your faces. So every time the dominant society looks at a foundational black American, you're subconsciously reminded of the massive unpaid debt. And that guilt starts to metastasize into hatred because these people despise the individuals that they've wronged. You understand? And I want y'all to understand something about white tea supremacist culture. See, anti-blackness is the glue that binds these European tribes. Before coming here to the Western Hemisphere, Europeans were never a monolith. They were fighting each other as they were coming over to the Western Hemisphere. Spain was fighting England. England was fighting France. They were all fighting each other. They were bopping each other upside the head to come over here to take over. Excuse me. The English, the Irish, the Italians, the Germans, these people hated each other. I love TikTok.
I'm gonna say this. Nah, Dorsey, we about to end the show. I'm gonna say this. It doesn't matter if you married a white woman for money or not. It's to me personally, it's a choice. You know, it's a choice. You know, so I like I said, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Only remembers call me. Shout out to Miss Ramirez. Let's see. So basically, all the clothing for wear. In parts. Also, are all created be active. So the fuck what? I don't get your point, man. So what? If somebody wants to boycott Asian businesses, okay. So what? Let them do it. Why is that? Why is that your problem? You know, this is the thing. This is the thing about y'all, and this is where I say the anti-blackness comes in. And I'm talking about you, be active. You're very anti-black. You have always been anti-black. As many times I support your culture, your people, you're the biggest anti-black person I know. You know, that's why I said I have a problem with that. You know, it's a big problem because at the end of the day, why? Again, I support your people. I'm the one that supports Latino people, the Latino community. Even though they do some fuck shit, I support it because at the end of the day, there are some good Latin people. Am I gonna support all of them? Absolutely not. Am I gonna support the good ones? Absolutely. I'm gonna support the good ones. You know? And that's the good, and then I'm gonna say this, that's the good thing about me. I will support the good ones. I will be like, okay, yo, you know what? Homegirl or homeboy don't deserve that because at the end of the day, she always has been fair. He or she always have been fair to everybody. But you be active, yet you have never been fair. All you've been doing was scamming and I can't do it. I can't do it. See, yeah, I can't because we're about to close it down. You know, but yeah, that's something. Yeah, that's something I don't like. You know, but they can talk about. Yeah, they talk about your white nurse because at the end of the day, you're the one who talks about white supremacy. You're the one who talks about black empowerment. Dorsey, Shabaka. That's why. That's why people call you out on it because you're the one who talks about people selling out. People pull your card, Shabaka. You can't get mad at people because of that. I'm gonna say that you can't get mad at people because they say that. You made it known. If you would have never made it known, if you would have never made it known, black people won't talk about your little white nurse. But you can't talk about this pro-black shit and the white people are the devil and you got a white nurse. You can't talk about white slave masters and all this other shit and you got a white nurse. That's why people called you out on it. You can't talk that shit with me. And that's why, Shabaka, I need you to do one thing for these next 2 days, Shabaka. I need you to sit down. Need you to relax, and I think you need to look at your priorities. I think that's one thing you need to do is look at your priorities. To me, it has never been about race. The topics that we do talk about, yes. You know what? Let me end the show. I'm gonna end the show. Give me a second. I'm gonna end the show. But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna answer the topic question. You want one of my homeboys to call? No, Dorsey. I'm ending the show. Uh, every one of my wives had bank. Daughters of millionaires. You want one? No, I believe you, Dorsey, but I gotta call in. I mean, I gotta. I'm shutting down the place right now. I'm gonna say this. The question was, should Black Americans or foundational Black Americans support ICE or immigrants or the immigrant crisis? I personally will tell you to stay out of it. This shit has nothing to do with us. You know, damn if we do, damn if we don't. And the reason why I say damn if we do, damn if we don't, say if we went on the ISIS side and stuff like that and supported ICE. At the end of that day, ICE or the white supremacists is gonna turn on us anyways. You know, so we're gonna get right back into the bullshit that we're going into. Um, and let's say if we went on the immigrant side, the immigrant crisis, they're gonna still go back calling us Akatas, Cucarachas, Morenos, fucking Jerez. We'll be everything under the sun except a child of God. So at the end of the day, this is the devil fighting the devil. I'm gonna be personally honest. Are there gonna be some crossfires where innocent people is gonna take? Yeah, it's a part of the game. They call that casualties. So it comes with the game. It comes with the situation. So what's going on, Rando? Salute, salute. Like it comes with the game. So I can't. I'm not saving nobody. I'm not no. Again, I tell you again, I'm not no fucking humanitarian. I'm not saving nobody. I'm just gonna watch, eat my popcorn, and watch what the fuck is going on. And that's all I can do. I can give you some advice. I can cheer you on from the fucking side, but I'm not helping. And I advise any black American not to fucking help. And I'm gonna be personally honest, is because at the end of the day, both of these sides turn on us. From the Caribbeans, from the Latins, to the Asian, to the East European, to the African, they all turn on us. So at the end of the day, you just gotta let everything that they say and all the bigging up that they have been doing with their people, they just gotta put it to work now. They gotta put it to work and just, like I said, we're not gonna cheer for them to. I'm not, put it this way, I'm not gonna cheer for them to get to go to those deep, what was it, the immigration jails. I'm not gonna be happy if they go, or I'm not gonna be happy if they don't go. So it's just, I don't care. It's none of my business. I'm gonna be personally honest. That shit got nothing to do with me. All you can do is wish them the best, and if they go back to their country, hopefully everything they learned in America, they could fix their country while doing it. Yeah, you did say that, Rando. You told me that the first time I met you in '97. You did tell me. I mean, you did say that you said in '97 that the world hates Black Americans. Yeah, it's just none of our business, man. Because at the end of the day, if we were in this type of situation, they'll tell us stop being victims. And and the only thing I'm doing, I'm just using historical facts of what people have done to Black Americans. Like I said, some have help, and those that help, we help. Though the ones that didn't help, the ones that always had some crazy shit to say about us, hey, the best of luck to you. Like I'm gonna be personally, we can't be getting into all this bullshit. Motherfuckers is about to get reparations. Motherfuckers about to be identified as freed men. So at the end of the day, we gotta actually, worry about ourselves. You know, and there's nothing. Just not. I'm not saying that. Oh, the good people that help, we just abandon them. Absolutely not. But the people who has said some slick shit, the ones who have said some foul shit to us, they gotta handle their own biz. You know, as Convo always say, man, they have to hold their own burritos. So shout out to Convo. But yeah, man, I'm gonna give my shout outs, man, and give me a second. Shout out to Shabaka, Ray Ray, Dorsey, Lala Brown, Be Active, the Black Gen X, and my man Rando. Shout out to all of y'all in y'all countries and y'all cultures and stuff, and thank y'all from Africa to the Latin people that support my show, to the Asian people that support my show. You know, shout out to y'all, and I'm glad we can have these type of conversations. Shabaka, you need to do better. I will tell you that. As a Pan African advocate, I think you need to do better and learn how to have conversations without being emotional. Shout out to Be Active from the Latin community, but Be Active's Puerto Rican. He can't get deported, so he don't really give a fuck. I'm gonna be personally honest, but I'm gonna say this. And I'm gonna say this because I didn't like what Shabaka or Be Active said. Don't give a fuck who you marry. If you marry Asian, white, Latinos, if you just stay on code with your people, that's all that matters. I don't think that shows you that you don't. I'm not saying that does. I'm not gonna say that you don't love your people because you dated somebody else. No, shit just happens sometimes. You found love from somebody else. It just happened. I think that's fucked up. Shabaka, I don't think you should do that to people. But you are your own person. You can do whatever you want. But yeah, you got to be careful doing shit like that. But everybody, y'all have a great night and a great weekend. And I will see you Monday. I will be planning for tomorrow because I think Wednesday I'm going to have to be building a bed for my daughter. So yeah, bunk bed for my daughter and my son. So yeah. I might have a show, might not, but everybody, you take care, and I'll see you Monday. Yeah, Monday.